And commissioners, we are live.
I call this May 6th meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Hope everybody's ready. It gets fun now. That's a good idea for that.
I'll do better graphic face on you.
Yeah, that's it.
Just be ready for some long days here over the next couple of weeks. And
Those are
comes with the territory. That said, this morning, we'll start off with some public comment. Anybody got any public comments this morning? Anybody up on Zoom? So. Nothing? Nothing on this Monday? Okay. Well, we'll close public comment then, and then we'll move on to commissioner comments and start with Commissioner McKinley.
Okay, well, I had a real relaxing weekend, didn't get a lot done. We went to Lynchburg Friday. I've heard all about Lynchburg, but never been there. It's a nice town. Found out that's the home of Jim Richardson, and he had a store there, all his pictures and stuff. It's amazing. Amazing place. That's all I got.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Focus.
Well, let's see. Thursday night, I had a monthly meeting at my church in the evening. It went on forever. Friday, I went to my final PT appointment, and I'm happy to be released.
Yeah.
Yay. They did a really good job of getting my knee in shape. Worst is over. That afternoon, I kind of celebrated and went to the K-State Gardens and walked around and enjoyed the nice afternoon and looked at all the plants and the tulips. They had a tulip sale, which I didn't buy any. But
I was thinking something totally different there.
And then I reviewed the agenda and documents for today's meeting that afternoon. The weekend, I did a lot of work in the yard, getting a release on the knee. I started digging and mowing the grass, that kind of stuff. Then I played in the Bell Choir Church on Sunday and then went to lunch with my lunch group at the Parkside Station. So that's about all I had to.
Okay. Well, as for me, Thursday afternoon, I listened in on the Council of Foreign Relations State and Local Officials webinar. This was titled Reimagining American Economic Leadership. Matthew Goodman. Boy, I really need to learn how to spell. Matthew Goodman, Distinguished Fellow and Director of the Greensburg Center for Geoeconomic Studies at CFR, discussed a new RealCon initiative and the role both state and local officials will play in contributing to a consensus on United States leadership in the international economy. We provided a series of questions to the participants on this initiative just to solicit feedback. Then a question and answer session followed that presentation. Also on Thursday, had the May meeting on the Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force. Amongst the items of discussion there were approval of the minutes from the last meeting, revisions to the email list of community partners, developing a subcommittee for group policy procedures, and discussions on legitimizing the task force both through the city of Manhattan and Riley County. Provided that'll be a resolution at some point in time, I'm guessing. Probably won't get to it during your tenure here, I'm thinking, but I know, disappointed, I'm sure, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Some new business included a possible APS meeting and a meet and greet at sometime in the future. I don't know when. An update from the Crisis Intervention Committee, launching mobile crisis in both mobile crisis unit, I should say, both in Riley and Potawatomi counties. Updates on safe places to go and the 988 911 integration. And then we went through a recent private practitioner survey that was put out to the community as well. Friday morning, I had my monthly meeting with the doctor at Stormont Vale. Nothing new to note. Just kind of went through my current discouragement and frustration with the process. Anyway. Friday afternoon, went out and took a tour of the Flint Hills Job Corps Center. Big thanks to Benjamin Crone and staff out there for providing the time I had to reschedule a couple of times, so that's really what I mean there, but I actually rescheduled it this time during their annual open house, so I hit it just at the right time. Got to get a firsthand look at all the different programs and services they have on site, and some of the other things they're able to provide their student and clientele base. Got to see the dormitories, the other educational and student needs necessary for everyday operation. Came away very impressed. They do really good work out there. Everybody's real passionate about what they do. Program is making a difference. They gave me several good examples of that. It's a good resource that we have right here in our backyard. It's hard to believe they've been doing this now for almost 30 years. They started in 1993, so about 30 years. And of course, the first time I've actually been out there to tour the facility. Last thing on Friday, sat in on a discussion panel out at the Law Enforcement Center with U.S. Senator Roger Marshall, officials from Riley County Police Department, Potawatomi County Sheriff's Department, Junction City Police Department, Gary County Sheriff Department, Kansas Highway Patrol, and others to discuss some of the challenges we're facing here locally on the ground. Cybersecurity, human trafficking, mental health, crisis control, fentanyl, and other drug-related overdose problems and drug trafficking issues that are pretty common through the area. Thought the discussion went really, really well. We provided some key areas that hopefully we can draw more federal support and resources to, so we can fight some of those challenges and have a chance to solve. And then Saturday morning, went out and walked around the Flint Hills Festival over across the way at Blue Earth Plaza. Little windy, but other than that, it was a pretty good morning just to get out and see some stuff. Lots of food trucks, local vendors selling items. Fire department had all their cool stuff out, cool toys out, and the Discovery Center was open to the public too to walk around and see some of their new exhibits. So worth the time, the effort, just something to do out of the extraordinary on Saturday morning. And that's all I got.
Ready for business, commissioners?
Yep.
First item I have any motion to approve the staff recommendation for bid submitted by Advanced Brothers Inc., Kansas City, Missouri. Supply CRS 1 HP asphalt seal oil for a low bid amount of $2.67 per gallon.
I'd make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for the bid submitted by Vance Brothers of Kansas City for asphalt seal in the amount of $2.67 per gallon.
I'll second.
Been moved and approved the staff recommendation for the bid submitted by Vance Brothers Inc., Kansas City, Missouri, to supply asphalt seal oil in a little bit amount of $2.67 a gallon. All in favor? Aye.
Next, commissioners need a motion to sign the National Historic Preservation Month proclamation for the Riley County Historical Museum.
I move to sign the National Historic Preservation Month proclamation for Riley County Historical Museum.
I'd second that.
Been moved and seconded to sign the National Historic Preservation Month proclamation for the Riley County Historical Museum. All in favor?
Aye.
All three sign, please.
Ooh, that's gonna cost you.
Yeah. We're going to have.
We're gonna need lunch on some of these long days.
Yeah.
Steak and lobster, I like it.
Next, commissioners have a Riley County Employee Action Form for Nicholas Stecker, new hire, seasonal labor, Public Works Department. All three sign, please.
Don't go nowhere.
Thank you. Next, commissioners, would you all like to attend Good Morning Manhattan?
Just what
Yes.
date? So this Thursday or
It's the 16th, so yeah.
16th?
16.
Is the 16th another really long
Yep,
day for us?
16.
Yep.
It is, plus you have city county at 4, so all day.
I don't think so.
But think about it, you have a nice healthy breakfast. and-
Yeah, right. I can't eat eggs, but it kind
Oh.
of makes me eat lots of it's
We have other things
just a
there.
biscuit.
I got fruit, bacon,
Brian's gotta go.
I don't eat bacon either.
French toast.
What you
I will
won't go?
not. Brian doesn't know yet, but he wants to go.
Is it IAN?
I'm sorry.
Is it IAN?
No, it's BRYANT. I'm sure he's used to being called Brian, but it's Bryant
Right?
Last name?
Parker.
Parker.
You're not going, Catherine?
No.
No? Am I wrong?
It would be the first time.
Silent Q.
I have breakfast at home.
Breakfast at home?
One of those squigglies.
Not a problem. Commissioners have any changes to the minutes?
No.
Okay, I'd make a motion to approve the minutes from May 2nd to 2024, of the Board of County Commissioners.
A second.
Then moved and seconded to approve the minutes as written from the May 2nd meeting of the Riley County Commission. All in favor?
Aye,
Tentative agendas look okay, commissioners?
Too long,
yeah, too.
sorting it.
I can. Any items for next week's press conference?
We're good.
Commissioners, yeah, Mr. Holman up at 9. Oh, commissioners, just so you know, Chad Kinsley from Pot County had sent an email asking about why the city county meetings were only hosted in Manhattan and Riley County. And the history on it is the meeting started in 1994 with just the city and Riley County. Pot County was not added until 2010.
And they never attend any.
Well, and I think, I mean, and no joking aside, I mean, seriously, I think that's why it's never changed, because not that frequently do they have items that are really relevant to all three, but that may be a discussion point that comes up, and
Here's the thought,
Westmoreland's just a little ways away.
and probably not the best place to host a meeting at this point in time for obvious reasons too. Maybe you mentioned to him if you can find someplace that's a little bit more convenient, maybe in Wamego, maybe the community center in Green Valley, if we needed to have a meeting, someplace that's not 40 minutes away, that makes it a 2-hour meeting for all of us. And it's an issue that we're all intertwined in, then maybe that's something to think about.
And the biggest thing that I thought about is the only issue that they've really had in the last 5 years is the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not really an issue for the rest of us at the moment.
So that subject may come up, so you're aware. I sent that information to Jason Hilgers and responded back to him that was the history on it. Cindy had looked that up.
2000.
So the next one will be here, correct? Hosted here, because the
I think
last
so.
two have been over there.
I think so. I checked.
No, we canceled our.
Well, we cancel it and then.
And he said he was just asked to check on that, so I'm sure the county commissioners asked him to check on that.
Well, they're always
Sure, I know
looking.
which one. I mean, for me, for a 4 o'clock meeting, I'm gonna drive 40 minutes to Westmoreland,
Mhm.
have a meeting, and 40 minutes back. It's 2 hours.
After a really busy day.
Right. Got something they want to discuss, and it's all three of us. Find someplace a little closer.
I think I'll take that one anyway, so the doctor appointment might have to move the doctor appointment to right after on one day.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't remember in the past that we mixed up the non-county, the outside appropriations in with the county presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
We scheduled those 4 days on the calendar and it's whatever works for everybody.
I couldn't
I've
remember.
tried to mention in the past of scheduling our department heads during the Monday, Thursday meetings when
Mhm.
possible to shorten it up, but it doesn't seem like that's working this year. But we've got a lot going on too, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. If you put everything else to the side to do this, then you're just gonna compound everything else that you have to do and you don't really get anywhere.
Good one in Manhattan. Was that a country club again?
No.
This last time there was very few attendees. I think it's hard to get to. I thought it was kind of close. Yeah, it was really not the crowd that they got.
Oh, no, that was when we were going.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, you were right, yeah.
Okay, I don't remember going up there.
Yeah, that was when.
That's when you were. That's
That's right, yeah. There were, I mean, it was usually, even the rooms full. So.
All right.
It's good. I love the country club, but I was calling from my house and I couldn't figure out how to get there. It was the easiest way.
Well, I went for a golf game for a class meeting, so grants. You know, okay, well, can't go there, go through your blind, you know, and blind all around the hill, we get up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to go to Marlette and then come back and then, yeah, then you got it. And for me, I normally go Kimball and then go over, but Anderson is always a mess. So but I had to take Anderson to 10th and then, but it took me forever. It's like we train when war time.
There's when they're bringing in boxes and stuff. And help me help.
Yeah, I couldn't get all of those. Election security. I've been trying to get a privacy fence put in for about 3 weeks.
Oh,
The
really?
weather just doesn't cooperate to dig the holes.
Through Saturday, in 10 days, I had over 5 inches of rain.
Yeah, I just got a half inch, what, Saturday?
Yeah.
Just like,
Like over the last
no,
10
they're
days.
in the morning. It's just been crazy. I've got like over 3. Creeks running pretty good.
Yeah.
Just covered up most of the stumps out there. Turtles are kind of having a hard time. It's funny, those turtles, they stack up about 4 or 5 on a little branch
All right.
that stick out of the grate.
Uh-huh.
When they're really having a hard time. I go over that bridge. Off my butt that goes across Wildcat Creek from that.
I'll think about that.
You see the down below, you see all the turtles and stumps. It's pretty covered up.
Rich, did we get on the good morning? Do we get like an email invitation or something?
Mm-hmm.
Could you see that? Could you guys forward that over to me? I don't remember seeing one. It probably came through. I missed enough of them that may not send them to me. I just want to do what I can to remind Brian of things like that and city council.
Is he started yet?
No, he starts a week from today.
Haven't met him yet.
Well, we will on the 13th.
It's kind of a bad day to start the 13th.
Nah, not Monday the 13th. That's harmless. The old poker.
You jinxing us right off the bat?
Yeah,
Friday the 13th on Monday is really bad.
that was the deal. Remember the old Pogo cartoon?
No.
That was one of their standard lines in comics.
So,
And it was whenever it was the 13th, they'd have a panel about it. You know, Friday the 13th comes on Wednesday this year. Or this month, excuse me. Gave the artist a free day on the panels, I guess. Can't remember who did that strip.
Hustling and bustling outside, loading sheetrock up, roofers are up on the roof. Hopefully it's waterproof
next
tonight.
ceiling tile, there's ceiling tile.
Is that what they were? Yeah, they had all sorts of stuff when they came in. I thought, I gotta be able to get in the building.
Yeah, I know. I walked out the door and was like, geez, obstacle course to get over.
Yeah. Alvin and I came in at the same time. We had this. Yeah, that was the loader out there. Like, oh no.
A little worried about Brian going to city county and you might not come back. Not really.
Well,
Depends on the topic.
Yeah. Have you identified topics for that? Or is this too
I
early?
can't recall. I was trying to think.
Seeing something, but
Where are they at in the process on the great city manager search?
Still think they're developing their RFQ or whatever.
Oh, still?
Yeah.
I think they would have done that before.
No doubt.
I was talking to Commissioner Mata Friday. I don't necessarily think they're in a real hurry. So, with 2 new commissioners and a former new commissioner, I guess, however you want to put that. I think they're really kind of focused on the budget and where to go from there.
It's one way to save you some on the budget.
Yeah, save you a lot.
build in salary.
No doubt.
Yeah, what was that number? Somebody.
250 to 300.
Salary.
In the long line of work.
Yeah, and then it listed the long list of perks on top of it, car allowance.
Cool. Good for that person.
Curious to see what that storm brings this evening.
They keep kind of shifting it to the south, the worst part of it, so.
Yeah, I saw the worst is supposed to be south.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, kind of Wichita, south almost.
She was saying it's kind of cloudy. He said it stays cloudy. That keeps it down. If it clears off this afternoon and then a storm comes, it'll be worse
Mm-hmm.
because
That's how it always is.
if it's still kind of cloudy, it's still a little rough here, then it won't be as big. But if it clears off, then it'll be a wall hitting that'll make it worse.
Hmm.
And they just issued upgraded the warning for northeast Oklahoma to highest.
Looks like after today, kind of calms down for a
Yeah.
while. We get into,
Like I said, I had 5 inches, over 5 inches of rain in 10 days.
Mhm.
And not much running off.
Still got a burn ban in place today. I guess probably for the winds, I guess. Figure with the humidity and everything, I thought it wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, I know. It seems odd.
Yeah.
Had to get out and mow yesterday. It's getting kind of long. Another day of rain, that would have been.
You got the same thing. My neighborhood,
Baylor out.
everybody in my neighborhood mowed.
Yeah, I mean, you hear.
And mine looks,
Oh,
jungle-like.
you hear plenty of mowers across town yesterday when I was out. Yeah.
The moderate risk is kind of El Dorado to Chinook back to Wichita and down south from there.
Supposedly all the big storm chaser groups are all excited again.
Yeah.
People, the Weather Channel, their staff just about giddy when it turned to that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's Christmas and I don't know what else all wrapped up in the last couple of weeks. Barely contained their excitement.
Could be interesting from now to the middle of June.
Seems like the worst for us is usually early June. Historically.
That's what people forget to realize is, the 93 flood really didn't start till June.
Yeah.
It didn't start in the springtime.
All three of our reported tornadoes here have all happened in June. 2 of them on June 11th. Go ahead, Clancy.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Round County Councilor. You have before you the updated project list. Reporting period. New material is in bold text. And I mentioned at the part of the meeting, with the ongoing construction on the fourth floor, we'll be relocating shortly, as we have been from time to time during the construction, out to Public Works. So you're gonna drop in, you're gonna not find anybody.
That's just not you.
I'm sorry.
It's just not you guys. There might be somebody.
You got a point. He's got a point.
What are we gonna take over his offices or what?
No, they've got to,
Cutting holes.
got a hole through the ceiling
Oh,
there for access.
that'll be fun.
I think it'll be pretty quick, but
Clancy come into the skylight while they're doing all the construction.
they were down taking a look. They know where they want to drill. They're just not sure how that corresponds to what's immediately below. So that's what they were checking on this. And they were really good about doing so. And Public Works was good about letting us know Friday. This would be a good day to work out there. Based on the noise. I don't know. So we take that advice seriously. Don't think there's anything in particular I was going to talk to you about. So if you see anything you do have questions on, or if you have questions about anything else we're currently working on, let me know. That's the answer. Any questions? Well, as always, if something comes up, let us know.
Thanks, Clancy. Next, Commissioners on at 9:20 on the reservation ballots and election records. Did you have your roof checked? Did you get any damage?
That's actually they had to reschedule it. They're gonna do it this Thursday afternoon. And I've told the guy that contacted me from the company the insurer contracts with, I want to be present. I've never seen a drone in action, so I'm kind of just curious how it works.
Oh, that's how they'll do it.
Yeah, so they told me that up front at the beginning. That's why I want to see it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe I'll be throwing rocks at us.
I think they'd be more fun with a shotgun.
That would be illegal. In the city limits. I'm interested to see how it works.
Heard they started doing that, so nobody has to get on the roof for children.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. I was invited not to be present and I don't need to have a roofer there. I said, I will be present and a roofing contractor will be there with me. Don't watch.
Say mine was it 19, and that storm came through. Was the guy climbed up on the roof. See the damages.
Yeah. I had somebody look at it, just based on the fact we're going to put it on the market here at some point, but that was before the hailstorm. And through careful planning, I left the better of the two vehicles out for the hailstorm. Got $4,000 worth of damage.
Is that what it was?
Thank goodness for insurance and low deductibles.
So I asked my son and his wife, they met with their insurance guy yet and haven't. Theirs got nailed too.
Now that like a weekend, they say 19 when that storm came through that tore the roof and tore up several things in New York because it was that big windstorm. And so I think that's the first time after however many years of paying, that's the first time I ever collected on the home insurance.
Yeah, we had a hailstorm, I forget what year it was, several years ago in our house, and people were turning insurance claims around. And the insurance guy said, you had to get a check. Said, okay, well, I don't really think so. He said, oh yeah, your roof's totaled. It really surprised me. I wasn't even gonna have it called in, but
Yeah, and I think there've been on this last one in that neighborhood, there've been, at least there's one that got totaled. We're not
Mine
surprised.
for 2 blocks from downtown, off to one house. Their roof was out.
We went and had an insurance update with our agent on various items. He's bemoaning the fact that we've got a deductible on the home insurance that they don't even offer. No, it's too low. I said, yeah, too low for you. I like it.
Oh, we did collect one time, like, washing machine. We left it, the something broke on it.
mm,
It wasn't even down in the basement. Didn't do really too bad, but I mean, but you know, the sheet, once the sheetrock gets wet, it
seeps up.
Yeah, seeps up, had sheetrock.
What a mess.
Replace the carpet.
Water can make a mess.
Biggest insurance claim I ever made was when our house got struck by lightning 2 years ago. It blew up every electronic item we had. Had to replace it all. Most impressive part was it actually shot sparks and flames out of the TV that my wife was watching at the time. In
Didn't
the
realize,
other room, that was quite a scream.
didn't realize you were watching real 3D.
Yeah. Yeah. She screamed. I might have fainted. I don't know. It was pretty wild. Then
It sounds like a horror movie.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Then about a year later, the house right next door, it got hit by lightning. It actually caught fire.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was within a year because it was really strange. It was just,
Might not want to put that in your sales brochure.
actually, I can. Actually, it's a good thing to tell me. What are the chances? Come on.
yeah, lighting their sex stuff.
Yes, maybe next door.
Yeah, that's that one guy that's in Guinness Book of World Records, like 5 times he's been hit.
I heard about some little blurb about that guy's the champion for getting hit by lightning. I didn't read that story. Did you get hit again? I heard something. I just heard the tail end of that. Talking about it, recently on the radio.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard him talk
Yeah,
about it recently.
it came up probably because of all the weather.
Reading the story years ago and had showed one of his hats with burnt.
This guy's like he's like the world champion for getting struck by lightning.
No, I'll take a pass on that.
No kidding.
Yeah, I do not like lightning. Do not like lightning.
I remember what's it, that Oklahoma City tornado back in May of '99. We were down in Lyons County coming back. Somebody had a little, I don't know, little blue Ford or a Chevy Cavalier, and we were driving back and ran right into the hailstorm of that. And it was baseball sized hail. We totaled this Cavalier coming back. I mean, I had hail in my lap. Oh, it was bad. You were a little scared.
Yeah.
All the windows along the windshield, the back windshield, the side windshields, all of it was just totaled. We had hail inside there, the lap. We were trying to tried to brace.
It's kind of events are scary. They had one in, I think on Mother's Day in Hutchinson. We lived there years ago and it was disaster, huge hail, biggest hail I've ever seen.
Yes.
Millions and millions of dollars in property damage all across the area. Paid off a loan on a car. I've always remembered it fondly.
Yes.
Because I didn't mind driving it then. That was okay with me.
Yeah, this car was still functional. It was just beat to crap. Interesting.
So your garden came up, Greg?
Yeah, that there's other peas around.
My peas are up. My beans didn't come up at all. I had to replant those yesterday.
You know, I have got peas.
That's the only thing it didn't.
I was having mold yesterday, but also it's still kind of wet. But I worked in the garden a little bit yesterday, but just
Yeah,
Yes.
too soggy.
Sorry.
yeah. That's what I had just to push them in the mud with my finger, you know,
Yeah.
cover them up because, yeah, but I hadn't needed to get them in again.
Potatoes are doing up well. Lettuce, they go.
Yeah, my onions and radishes are doing good.
Asparagus.
Spruce. Been consistent, not a lot. I don't want to know, great plentiful coming up, but getting one or two, one every other day. So.
Oh, I'm getting more than that, but I'm getting a lot of real skinny ones.
Oh,
I cut those off.
my first one was that. Good.
You know, I've got 3 separate batches. One on the backside, which is always the purple one. You know, the purple ones are neat, but they taste the same.
Oh.
They have no different flavor to them. They're much
Last
bigger
one's-
and fatter.
Last one's, oh, I got a different recipe. Something different with them. Said, no. Don't need that. I don't know what she just said. Try it. They said, oh, try put something on. We tried it.
I guess lemon really pops flavor.
Usually we just put grill them. It's a little bit of oil and salt. and pepper.
I steam them and then put butter.
Need to get another couple rhubarb plants. Rhubarb plant died. I think I'll lose one or two every winter.
There's a tree died over there. It's a little ivory silk. And I don't, it's just not, no leaves, just dead.
Which of your daughters is their baker?
The one in Texas, so I don't get
That's
my
the one
annual
as far as-
German chocolate cake. I just texted her last night. I said, how in the heck am I gonna get my? Because it's all from scratch, you know?
I was gonna put in a bid for strawberry rhubarb pie.
Yeah, yeah, that is good.
One that's farther away.
You know, just texted her last night. I said, how in the heck am I supposed to get my birthday cake? She says, I don't think it'll travel very well. Mom's gonna have to make it.
Now, where's your birthday?
Friday.
You taking a day off?
I actually am. I usually don't, but my wife asked me to take the day off. She wants to do something, so I actually am. I usually don't.
Well, happy birthday ahead of time.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe we should have a cake on Thursday.
there you go.
It is.
Let's see. Pie. Is that a pie?
It's my favorite, the German chocolate. cake.
I
Favorite.
can't find my mother's recipe. I didn't get it. She has it in her recipe.
Yeah, Michaela, she makes the frosting and everything, scratch into the 5-layer.
Oh,
She does.
Oh, my goodness.
Talk about rich.
Yeah.
Rich for rich.
Sounds good.
She is quite the baker and she enjoys doing it, you know. I think that's the key to being good. Is really enjoy it. Yeah. See no sun yet. Shiloh.
Okay.
Hey, Rich.
Good morning, Commissioner Griswold, Raleigh County Clerk.
Once again, we've been through this process a couple times. They need to come before you each individual time when we have the Democratic and Republican parties. Ask them for their recommendations for the board to consider, two witnesses, for the destruction of ballots after we go through the appropriate waiting time per statute for each individual election. This is for the 2023 November city school election, which is required 6 months. The recommended two witnesses from the parties are the Democratic Party Chair Carl Reed and the Republican Party Chair John Ball has nominated Marvin Rodriguez. Marvin Rodriguez has done it before, of course, in the past. And so I just need the board, if you have any questions, be glad to take any of those questions, but if not, make a motion to appoint, to approve those recommendations from the two respective parties.
I'd make a motion to approve the two designated observers for the destruction of ballots.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the two selected observers for the destruction of the ballots from the 2023 November city school elections. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next, you have a press conference at 9:30.
What's the battle in Johnson County over destruction ballots? Have you
I'm
seen
following
that?
it. Didn't know.
There's some kind of a fight between, what was it, the sheriff and some.
Oh, their
Yes.
sheriff is very active.
Yeah, there's several county commissioners that don't like the sheriff and vice versa. And it just, there's,
But how did it get into the ballot thing? Just, I've just seen bits of it. I haven't read all the way through. There's some.
Yeah, I-
sheriff is, apparently, I don't know, this might be a Clancy question actually, but sheriff apparently has some authority to challenge that.
No, he does not.
No,
He does not.
Just direct.
Okay,
At
well,
all.
apparently
He thinks he does. He thinks he does.
So, and
That would
that's
not be
the
unusual,
issue, so.
But
Yeah, because it did speak about it, the head election guy from the state, and he said, so what, he's a sheriff, he has no authority at all when it comes to elections. There's two people, the chief election official and the courts. And the courts have more than me when it gets into the ballots, because I can't even get into the ballots unless a court order, so. Yeah, sheriff has no jurisdiction over it.
That's what it is. So, yeah.
I say, I just seen some headlines about it.
be interesting to know what the basis for the challenge is. What's the argument being made?
I don't know.
I'm a sheriff.
Fraud.
I mean, really, seriously, that is it.
Is it?
Mhm.
Probably not gonna go very far.
It's just to continue to stifle that idea that there's some discretion in fraud.
That's what I pointed out. I just had kind of a discussion on this and some other things. We're the only county in the state that has the upgraded version of those scanners. The DS 300. Johnson County has the DS 200. And of course, we're good friends with all them. He used to work Secretary of State's office. He's given the vendor cred, about how Riley
That's the
County.
gentleman you introduced me to.
Yeah. And how Riley County's the favorite. And I said, yeah, we're like Nirvana. We have those machines and no sheriff.
Key part of that agreement. Yeah, it's a, as you've seen, I mean, it's a standard recipe for conflict.
Mm.
I mean, that's just where the case law comes from.
Especially when it comes to budgets and
Yeah,
everything.
yep, new toys. Order receipts.
There's a lot of ideological difference. Come to 9:30 this morning, so I've got a couple of presentations to give. A proclamation. The first one is a plaque that I have to give to David Hughes for 17 years of service to Riley County. So David, if you wouldn't mind joining me, present this to you here. I always mention these moments that it's kind of bittersweet. Always like having our employees and stuff here for a long amount of time, but it's always sad to see everybody go, but always appreciate the service and dedication and time that you've given to Riley County over the years. And So thank you for that. If you want to say a few words real quick here and we'll get a couple of pictures. I'm sure too, right, Vivian? Okay, I'll give you a chance to say a few words.
Appreciate the opportunity to work for the county. It's been good, you know, serve the public. And what I came here for after doing a few other jobs before I came around here a little over in my career. But it's been good. It's been nice working out where I've been at. Been nice getting the opportunity to make some changes that day. And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Right in here. Okay.
And David was nice enough to show me around, just the other day, we were talking about storm damage and all that stuff, so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, big smiles right here. And 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. Right, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, David.
Endeavors. Somebody else agrees, obviously. Okay, the next item I have is a proclamation for Natural Historic Preservation Month. And this is for May of 2024. Whereas the rich history and culture heritage of Riley County, Kansas serves as a vital link to our past, shaping the character and identity of our community. And whereas the preservation of our historic sites, structures, and landscape fosters a deeper understanding and appreciation of our shared heritage, enhancing the quality of life for present and future generations. And whereas Natural Historic Preservation Month provides an opportunity to celebrate the efforts of the individuals, organizations, and communities dedicated to safeguarding and revitalizing our historic treasures. And whereas through collaborative efforts and community engagements, we can ensure that the stories of Riley County's past continue to inspire, educate, promoting a sense of pride and connection among residents and visitors alike. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissions, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as National Historic Preservation Month. I call upon all residents to join in celebrating our rich heritage, to engage in activities that promote historic preservation, and to explore the diverse array of historic sites and landmarks that enrich our community. Let us come together with enthusiasm and dedication to preserve, protect, and promote the historic resources that make Riley County such a special place to live, work, and visit. And got a few words to say too, Catherine?
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. Catherine Hensler, Director of Riley County Historical Museum. Historic Preservation Month has been around since 1973 when it was created by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And its goal was to do exactly what Commissioner Ford mentioned in this proclamation, is raise awareness to preservation issues in communities and to engage the people living in those communities in getting involved and having a voice. And so we really appreciate the opportunity to do this in our county and to connect with our community, be able to talk about some of these issues, learn about the issues, and find ways to engage themselves. So we thank you very much. This will be the 51st observation of Historic Preservation Month, and we're happy to be involved. So thank you.
Okay. You want to get a picture here too? Okay. That was a sounding
Come on. Come on.
All right, and big smiles. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
Okay, moving on our press conference this morning, looks like we've got an update from RCPD and Argentina.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pat Teedy, Sergeant, RCPD, County Operations. I'm filling in Captain Steer's absence. I'll go through a couple of cases that we've been working on in the month of April, and then I'll highlight a few items that are currently going on in the county. We'll start with some arrests and other police activities. Deron Island Jones was arrested. Jones, a 22-year-old from Manhattan, was arrested on April 2nd and charged with distribution of opiates, dissemination of controlled substance resulting in a fatality, which was his sister. Using a phone in the commission of a drug felony. The incident where the death occurred in June of 2023. So this has been an ongoing case investigation leading to an arrest. The deceased was a 25-year-old female, and Island Jones' bond was set at $350,000. A search warrant was conducted on April 8th. Officers executed a search warrant in the 2400 block of Charlotte Lane. 3 individuals were arrested on various drug charges, including but not limited to distribution of controlled substance causing death, distribution or possession with the intent to distribute drug paraphernalia or illegal use, possession of marijuana, aggravated battery, 2 counts, distribution of controlled substance causing great bodily harm. And the persons arrested in this search warrant: Derek Duncan, 21 years old, Anthony Edwards, 38 years old, and Brittany Clark, age 36. On the 9th of April, a Topeka man was arrested in connection with distribution of a controlled substance causing death. He was charged with distribution of controlled substance causing death, distribution of opium, narcotic, stimulant, heroin, dosage less than 10 units, and use of a communication facility in the commission of a felony drug violation. His bond was $500,000, and he is currently confined. The person's name is Robert Boyles Jr. Moving on the 14th of April, officers responded to a shooting in Aggieville. Officers heard gunshots and responded to the 1100 block of Morrow. They found a bouncer detaining a patron who had a head injury. The patron was taken to the substation where it was discovered that he had a gunshot wound to the leg. He was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and the investigation is ongoing. The next arrest is the arrest of Dashae Island Jones. Jones, a 21-year-old from Aubrey, Texas, was arrested on April 20th and charged with distribution of opiates, dissemination of a controlled substance resulting in a fatality, which was her sister, and using a phone in the commission of a drug felony. The incident, it's the same one as before, occurred in June of 2023. She was arrested on those same charges as her brother, Deron. Her bond was set at $500,000. On the 23rd of April, a Manhattan woman was injured in a shooting. Officers responded to a 911 call of a shooting in the 1400 block of Watson Place. They found a 20-year-old female had sustained a single gunshot wound to the abdomen. The initial impression is that 3 individuals were in a vehicle, including the victim, and at some point, the shooter believed he was getting robbed and fired in defense, striking the victim. The victim was taken to Stormont Vale via air ambulance, and the investigation is ongoing. We had an ag arson arrest on April 24th. Gary Phillips was arrested. And the events included on April 24th, officers and MFD responded to a 911 call and an activation of a fire alarm. This was in the 500 block of South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard at a hotel. Crews discovered an unknown item had been ignited and the sprinkler system had causing it to activate. There was significant water damage. The hotel was occupied at the time of the ignition. Phillips was arrested for aggravated arson and his bond was set at $20,000. On the 26th of April, Jonathan Maldonado was arrested for aggravated kidnapping. Officers responded to a 911 call that simply said the links before the call disconnected. Dispatchers then received text to 911 from the same number indicating the female caller from before was being held against her will. The RCPD negotiation team was activated and the female was able to escape the apartment on her own. Negotiations continued with the subject via ring cam. However, his cell phone was pinging on I-70. RCPD requested assistance from KHP to apprehend the suspect. The subject remained on the phone with negotiators the entire pursuit. The subject ended up wrecking in Wyandotte County and was apprehended. Maldonado was arrested for 3 counts of aggravated kidnapping, 2 counts of aggravated assault, criminal threat, interference with LEO, aggravation, intimidation of a witness, domestic battery, criminal damage to property, and his bond was set at $150,000. Sounds like a whole lot of heavy stuff. So we've had some heavy stuff and a lot of drug-related stuff that is, after over a year of investigations, now coming together. So we're starting to see some conclusion from some of this. Moving on to some items that are perhaps a bit lighter. We did hire 2 new dispatchers on April 22nd. And we also hired 4 new police officers on the 29th, which is outstanding news. Additionally, starting, I believe, on the 6th of May, we are opening up a hiring action for dispatcher number 2, which is a little bit more involved dispatcher. Starting salary, it will be $23.30 plus benefits. Additionally, Corrections Week is May 5th through the 11th, and National Police Week is May 12th through the 18th. Lastly, on a accounting note, a few weeks ago, and I'll give all kudos to both North County schools, both Blue Valley High School and Raleigh County High School. They've decided to partner with our school resource officer, Jared Sheldon, and we've had the opportunity to go to Blue Valley, but we're integrating working with kids in driver's ed. Firmly believe that the first time someone gets pulled over shouldn't be the first time they've been pulled over. And so educating young drivers on what to expect, how to go through the stop safely, what you need to have when an accident occurs. I believe it will make our community safer. It'll make young drivers more aware and hopefully remove at least one layer of concern, trepidation, fear when you see the red lights and siren. Everybody gets nervous when they get pulled over. We've all been pulled over, but hopefully that will help. Any questions? I had it on the agenda to speak about the budget, but I don't want to speak about the budget. It's not my area of expertise. So I'm going to leave that for those that are attending the law board. Anything else? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You bet.
Stop, Shiloh, yeah.
Good morning, Lorraine County Treasurer Shiloh Paper. Just for a quick reminder that the second half of 2023 real estate and personal property taxes are due this Friday, May 10th. Tax payments that come by mail must be postmarked by this date, and interest will start accruing on Saturday, May 11th. No motor vehicle transactions will be processed if personal property, intangible taxes, watercraft taxes, 1620 and truck taxes or oil and gas taxes are delinquent after May 10th. We offer several ways to pay. You can pay in person at the Riley County Treasurer's Office, 110 Courthouse Plaza, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. We will have a drop box in the lobby that you can drop your payment off just in the lobby. You don't have to actually come in. If you are going to come in, I highly recommend you go onto our website and make an appointment. We have a drop box on the front of the building that can be utilized in the off hours. We also have the ability to pay online using either a credit or debit card or an e-check. And that website is located on the Riley County website. Credit debit card payments will incur a 2.5% fee with a minimum charge of $2.95. E-checks will incur a $1.50 fee for your entire transaction. You can also pay by telephone at 785-377-5385, and those same convenience fees will be added. Once again, if it's mailed, it must be postmarked by Friday, May 10th, 2024. If you have any questions or need any information, you may call our office at 785-537-6321.
Let me make this announcement. I read the notes this weekend. I forgot about it.
The second half always seems to sneak up.
Easy deliveries.
Yep, I will take it.
Saving you a trip over there today.
No problem. All right, thank you and have a great day.
Thanks, Shiloh. Next, Commissioners, you have Russell Stuckey at 10 o'clock. Yeah, that one does sneak up on you. Used to be June 20th.
I done the first, I'd gone through, done bills and everything. I thought I was done. So I was like, oh. I've got a note to myself in there, but it didn't. Didn't come through. Make it through all the way. Yeah. You know. I tend to heard that the way your dad. That's my slow. Right there with that. I don't have to be here to solve. Yeah, true. You don't have that extra layer of cushion. Oh. Well, I don't even think about that. That's, it was shared and pushed all the way back here in this county. So, at least you weren't leaving, so. It's great. I know. You stole the price of that. Working away on the road. Good. It's some jumping for race. Difficulties last week. Yeah, there was that one day they had good, but they were late. Good Friday. Didn't tend to work. Too late. Just 2 months. You had a good day and you had some days off. Working in the dark. You think that's not work. They've always, everybody's I've always dark. Daylight dark. This is their out of town. It's good. Oh, yeah. That'll be pretty good. And a little different. They get out.
Yeah, this is our home, they need to go with that time.
Watching the ground for a minute out there. I'm trying to figure out where the controller was. Cause I like, there's so many
Keep
people.
walking around with it.
And just like you put it down, and it stacks and on posits. And just having it going, include writing on the line. Wow, it's pretty impressive.
Thanks.
I feel like I'm.
Good job. Right. You've been motor here talking questions. Type of things to me. Always thought the younger kids would have a better handle on. I have one of my older guys, better operators. Get in and catch on with, don't surprise me. Ready? Right. What do you think? I'll tell you about that.
I just saw it when I did I think that outbreak situation. I'm so we can watch.
South at night.
That the worst part is for South.
It looks like it's supposed to be a full like rain here anyway. All right. It's the birds. When Lord said it's the.
Yeah, they set up to 3 inch.
But I won't really.
Exactly. Yeah, they said a similar setup to last Tuesday.
The areas down south.
Well, across the whole state, but yeah, I think focus is slightly more south than the real similar. Yeah. Than the one that we're still storing. State one over us over the way. So we were just on all the way around. But it's not rather they would break for them, but I'd rather say no than be instant for them. Yeah.
Well, I think it's on. Oh, no, it's gone.
All right. Someone. She's.
Yeah. We're supposed to get some storms tonight. Is it coming in tonight or this afternoon?
I think the ground station was 6 to 9 for our area.
Well, I had these guys that was like.
She said.
They say, well, we'll wait till tomorrow, so anyway, days. Tomorrow's not gonna be better, guys.
Yeah, so they're well, talking a lot about Asians. Hail, those tornadoes.
Car and garage, they were all hits.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the poles is red line, which say.
Okay.
Is.
Yes. And you can't vote for it, it's nice. That's what you're.
How good it ever was, and the light switch about the outside. Isn't that starting?
That's more like the summer.
Well, I thought somebody was working in my house and wanted to lock me up.
Oh, yeah. You
Yeah,
got a
like-
perfect group.
I
Yeah, you might
never
want
get out of
to,
there.
might want to have that changed.
Well, I looked at that one, this is, I didn't notice it when I
Right.
Here, it's in there. I don't have to get it. More falls on this lot.
Right.
I'm so good, it's a problem.
No.
I'm gonna have a change that I thought of. Maybe I'll go to the code office.
Go back on your year three.
No.
Or your home inspector.
No.
Oh, yeah. If it was original in the house, then it wasn't added, was it added later?
Oh, it's built.
Yeah. Yeah, I would call it looking at.
I'm not gonna.
Right.
Picture.
Okay, go ahead. Morning, Commissioners, Russell Stuckey, Emergency Management, County Fire. Have my April staff update. You know, it was pretty quiet, we didn't do a whole lot. Obviously, we're still dealing with our cybersecurity incident and working with IT staff to fully restore the system and figure out what to do going forward. We activated the BOCC several times. On the 27th, we sounded the sirens multiple times, and the outdoor warning sirens in Keats and Randolph, Riley, Leonardville, and University Park for radar indicated rotation by the National Weather Service. They issued a couple, I think there was either 2 or 3 warnings for radar indicated tornadoes, but we never witnessed any and don't have any evidence that any touchdown here. And then of course on the 30th, then we were watching storms again and had the EOC activated. Unfortunately for Westmoreland, but fortunately for us, they dropped on the other side of the lake. We sent a couple of light towers and the animal response trailer over there, basically the trailer with the stuff to care for pets in. And then Lori and Baldwin, they spent about somewhere around 45 hours over there. And then I know Vivian spent time over there too, helping out with Baldwin and Lori were primarily doing the accountability, checking people in, equipment in and out, and keeping track of who was basically on scene, and Vivian helped with public information primarily, I think. And so
John sat forward.
and then Public Works sent heavy equipment over to help with debris management. So we had a nice presence there, and obviously we want to help our neighbors, but the other thing that does for us is gives us experience, our people experience. So hopefully not, but if or when it ever happens here, we have people that have seen it, experienced it, and will be able to help us manage it in a more efficient manner. And so all of that is a good reminder to have people to, if you haven't updated your notification avenues yet, whether that's apps from local media outlets, whether that's the county public notification system, or otherwise known as Everbridge, whether that's NOAA weather radio at home. You really ought to have a combination of at least 2, if not 3 or 4 of those things, because none of them are perfect and none of them are fail safe. Though they're all not only human, but have electronic components and things can fail. And the other reminder is the outdoor warning sirens are outdoor warning sirens. If you're fortunate enough that you can hear them within your home, count yourself lucky, but that's not their intention. That is to alert people that are doing outdoor activities that impending weather is coming and they should take cover. The other sources that I mentioned previously are what are designed to notify you if you're inside a building, inside your workplace. So some of the other highlights I was going to touch on, or I've been working with John Ellerman and Clancy on a KDOT right-of-way request easement up by Station 112 up there by the dam, having to do with the roundabout that's going in up there at 2413. Station 102 down in Ashland is getting close. I would like to, unless the commission doesn't want to, do some sort of ribbon cutting down there. I don't have not ready to set a date just yet. They're waiting on garage doors, I think, and a couple other things. So when we get closer, I'll work with Commission Rich on trying to find a date. Is it safe to assume you'd like to do it at the end of a commission meeting and then go down there, or would you like some other type of work? So tag it on to kind of the end of a commission meeting when it's appropriate.
Preferably not over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'll be at least 3 or 4 until
Okay.
we're ready. And obviously that's pretty flexible.
Yeah.
When we're ready to use it, we'll start using it and do the ribbon cutting when we can get it done. But we're also working with Kansas Forest Service to write a community wildfire protection plan, which is a prerequisite for a community wildfire defense grant application. So that's in progress. And basically what that would be for is to help try and do mitigation projects. It could be a project working with Public Works to where they could get hours, either rent a special machine or hours to compensate for going along roads that are heavily overgrown, especially with evergreens that
and trim back, to the right of way. Working with, private landowners to build fire breaks potentially across their property if they're willing. So those target areas might be along like US Army Corps of Engineers ground to build a fire break along there to help make a defensible space. And then it could also lead into maybe some grant monies to help individuals with their homes and provide defensible space. And, that's something that we're going to be preaching a lot over the next several years, probably forever, is defensible space, having that, a minimum of 100 feet around your home, whether you're in town or out in the country, that you don't have large vegetation, whether that's, the big ornamental grasses or evergreen type trees or bushes in close proximity to your home, because that makes it where we can defend your home very well if there is a wildfire. So that'll be a big theme in a lot of our public education going forward. And then of course, early in the month we had our small fire up north. The last number I saw was about 8,300 acres, and about 60% of that was in Riley County. The state has not yet set any kind of an after action meeting. They've said that they are talking about it, but I haven't seen anything yet. So we will see. I've had some individual small group meetings with some counterparts from the state and neighboring emergency managers, but we'll see where that goes. Obviously, we have a lot of trucks in need of repair from the big fires, and Doug's working with the county shop and other outside agencies to get those repairs completed. We did receive a couple of donations, one from Riley County Farm Bureau and another one from anonymous donors through the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation. We're going to talk to the advisory board, and we use some of that to buy new refrigerators for the fire stations that didn't have refrigerators or had ones that were in really used condition. And so all the fire stations now have a new or nearly new refrigerator to keep primarily drinking water and Gatorade and such. We did receive a lot of donations, and we're really appreciative of the water and snacks and food donations that we received. And a big shout out to Megan Fink Larson, who is one of our support staff, but she really put in the hours and helped provide a lot of food and coordinated some donations during the big fire up north. And she collected donations. People, obviously gave her water and Gatorade and what have you, but they also just sent her money and after it was all over, so she sort of had to buy food and made sandwiches and pizzas. And when it was all said and done, she still had approximately $250 left. And so then she sent that to the Firefighters Association. That's a donation basically. So can't thank her enough for all she did. The other thing we're planning on using some of the donation money for is some signage at the station, some nice, bright looking signs with some recruitment information, a scannable barcode that people can get right to the county website to volunteer and find out more information about the fire district. There are several of those stations that, quite frankly, don't have any signage at all. If you drive by them, you wouldn't even necessarily know they were fire stations. So we felt like that was fairly important, probably a good use of the donated funds. And then obviously we have storms predicted again for tonight. They said a similar setup to last week that produced the Westmoreland tornado. So we'll be on the watch for that. I have a webinar with the Weather Service here in a little bit, and excuse me. And if there's any new updates out of that, obviously I'll send them out, and more than likely they'll send out a new DSS decision support packet this afternoon that I'll forward out as I normally do.
They usually do that around 11:30 or something, don't they?
So depending on the weather, they'll send out those support packets twice a day. Like the one they send out at like 4 or 5 a.m. and then they'll send another one out mid-afternoon. The webinar today is at 11. And so a lot of different information. Then in the back of the packet, you can see the different run numbers and the types of calls, and then our newsletter that we had put, or Michelle puts together for us. So I don't know if that is anything of you. Any questions? All right.
Has your new deputy fire chief started?
Yeah, he's been
Yes.
he started the Monday the 7th, I think, or the Monday of the big fire. Yeah, he's taking an Inspector 1 class right now.
Oh.
So, yeah, he was, we've been trying to get him down here, but between
Just hadn't met.
yeah, it hasn't worked out yet, so. All right, any other questions? Thanks.
Thanks, Russell. Next commissioners, you have Elizabeth Ward. 10:15.
Copy of the current case, just on the professional side. So this is a copy of our current pay scale. So you can see each of the positions, including the elected, are on our pay scale currently. Let's see, that's showing a copy of our current pay scale.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Ward, Human Resources Director. And today, I just have information that I brought on technically 3 areas that were of concern or discussion in the procedures manual. And so I was hoping that we could discuss each one of those and kind of come to a direction on how you'd like to move forward. The first one, Commissioner McKinley pointed out that we hadn't included the EMS station, the newest EMS station with the visitor policy. And so we did correct that, and that was an easy correction. Josh and David got me that information. So one easy thing on our list. The second thing, and these are in no particular order, so if you feel like you want to discuss one or the other first, but the second thing was the process for determining elected official pay. And so commissioners have asked that I kind of research what's happening in other counties. And so I did give you some information. I actually got information as of this morning from another county, Potawatomi County. And so I now have, what do I have? 6 counties. Of those other counties, 4 of them are working with a process that basically puts the elected officials on a pay scale, similar to what we have done in the past. And then when a new elected official is elected, the commissioners decide their pay based on information from Human Resources as a recommendation of their skills and experience and what they bring to that position. So for example, if someone had already worked in the office 10 years, they had the applicable skills, they would be approximately at the midpoint of the salary that's listed there for that position. If someone came in and they were a brand new professional, perhaps maybe just recent graduate of high school or college, and just maybe this was their first job, then they would be recommended to come in at the first step of the pay scale. I will tell you, there are some counties in that list that I shared with you that no matter what, start everyone at step 1. And so they have the pay scale and they have the minimum and the maximum, and they just start every new elected position on step 1, which is what they do, that matches what they do with the rest of their positions too, right? And so I wouldn't recommend that for Riley County, because right now we are evaluating every new person's skills and experience applicable to the job and starting depending on what they bring to the position. Again, you guys heard me last time, from the human resources perspective, these positions, although elected, have job duties and responsibilities similar to other positions where they learn as they go. And so they come in with a certain level of experience and ideally need to learn to gather as much experience as the outgoing person who may have 20 or 30 years in the job. And that's the basis of the recommendation, not because the job is different, the position is different, but because the person filling that position has a set level of skill and experience that they bring and then continue to grow of their own accord. And then you guys did see on the handout I gave you, 2 of the counties that got back to me do determine the annual salary based solely on the commissioner's determination. And so they, of course, just like you, can determine whatever salary, but generally go with the outgoing, is traditionally go with the outgoing pay. And so that, and I don't have an extensive list. I mean, a lot of counties didn't get back to us, and I think we had about a week and a half, 2 weeks, but we have an idea of what the surrounding counties are doing.
Well, I thought I ran this around in my head a lot over the weekend, and it'd be really tough to determine, what do you do with filing fees, that kind of thing. How are you going to determine if somebody's elected, say, in a contested election, which one has experience that you don't know about? I mean, that's kind of and you wait until after they're elected, and then you determine how much they're going to get paid.
Yeah, which is how we would, in a regular position. But Rich has a good point about the filing fees.
Yeah.
It's clear that the county clerk election official has sole authority in setting the filing fees. I have that sole authority. That authority, and Clancy could look up case law AG's opinion. The filing fee is not any direct indication of what someone should get paid. That's been tested in law as well. No elected position is required to pay a filing fee. So that, to me, should not be an excuse. People can go and get signatures and pay a very modest filing amount. And so it's clear, this has been discussed thousands of times in the state of Kansas, and AG's looked at it, but the filing fee amount is no determination on what someone should be paid. Though, of course, those that get elected use that argument. Of course, why would you not? But at the same point, you could turn around and say, you weren't required to pay that filing fee. You had another option.
Yeah.
Very true.
And just like the current people in the jobs, I mean, the current people who are doing these elected jobs didn't start at the salary they're at, right? They started at a lower end salary and worked their way because of their tenure Which the reason for that is because we expect with tenure comes knowledge, wisdom, ability to manage, right? And so that's really what we're paying these outgoing elected officials. We're paying them for their collected knowledge and experience and wisdom, which the new person, no matter where they're coming from, wouldn't have that same experience. So, I mean, I know I see John shaking his head, but that's exactly how we would do other positions, you know, like that. It just makes sense from a pay perspective.
Because right now our policy has always been just whatever they get the same as what.
Since 2021, that's not always been our policy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was in 2021. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen previously, but it wasn't written into policy.
Official.
Yeah. Now, no matter what you decide, you'll decide by resolution, right? So we'll do a resolution and you'll decide the pay, but this would be your manner of giving information to make a decision. Yeah. So Rich might be able to, or even Clancy might be able to speak to how it actually happened before 21. I believe they were paid what the outgoing was, but there wasn't a policy.
I don't know how consistent it was.
Yeah.
Probably was bounced around, wasn't it? That kind of.
There are many times, even the time when a county commissioner came in at a lower rate than the sitting county commissioners. You know, Elizabeth and I have talked about this and other commissioners, not only this commission, but, you know, I think it's simplest for commissioners to just leave them all coming in at the same rate because it gets to be a political issue between, and it kind of starts things off on a right or wrong foot with someone that you have to work with daily. And so, you know, the way I look at it, it's all of us other elected officials.
Yeah.
It has bounced around there. Actually, commissioners, I started lower than the county treasurer when the policy had always been come in at the same as the outgoing and was not. But then shortly after I began working at county commissioner, made a motion to bump me up to the same as the county treasurer, and the commissioners went along with that, and I had nothing to do with that. They just thought that based on, it's kind of like Elizabeth says, the county commissioners looked at it as well. You know, he's the first accountant in the county that's required to have a degree, and he's been doing county business in the financial nature for 5 years. And so that was that commission's reason. And I honestly didn't have anything to do with the commissioners. It was the county commission at that time were trying to trying to get some other positions that had degrees within the county that dealt with budget and finance and payroll and tax and all of that stuff. There was John Show, Russ Fry, and others from the university that valued education highly when they came on. And so that was the big push back then. There's been other times when newly elected officials weren't going to get the same amount. And every time someone, well, I had to pay the fee based on this. It makes a good argument, but there is no legal basis for it or legal requirement for it. I'm a firm believer that us as elected officials, it should be like all other positions, because another argument that elected officials will make or county commissioners have made on behalf of other electeds is, well, they have the same responsibilities as the outgoing one. Well, the new budget and finance officer has the same responsibilities as the outgoing one, but may not have 20 years of experience. And you guys probably aren't going to approve me hiring a new budget and finance officer. So why would you do it for elected officials? I mean, it's simply a recommendation, a professional recommendation from HR. And you, as the department heads, get to evaluate it and say yay or nay, and, you know, say we would like to do it based on this. And even me as an outgoing, because I know there are some of us that'll be outgoing fairly soon. And one I can think of right now that has a recommendation on where their replacement might like them, they could make that presentation to you for you to consider. You know, this individual's worked in my office for 10 years and, you know, has been my right-hand man or woman. And this is why I recommend they be at this level. So it'd be the same process. The problem is people, elected officials, try to make it political and do make it political. And they seem to think it puts them in a hard spot. I really don't think it does, commissioners. I think it's frankly irresponsible to the taxpayers. I mean, you have to think of the cost side as well. And you're treating them like every other position, whether it's Russell as a department head that gets replaced or John or anyone else. Yes, Russell leaves, the new guy coming in could be a high school graduate that we hire, and he's going to get the benefit of all of Russell's years of experience coming in at the same time. I don't think you would approve that. So why would you prove it for the other elected officials? I have been consistently throughout my career that way on that issue. Commissioners feel they're put in a more difficult situation. I don't really think that it's that difficult when you're treating them the same as everyone else. And the filing fee excuse is not legitimate.
Yeah. And I agree, it does kind of put us and the commissioners in a difficult position, but we're in a lot of difficult
Yeah.
positions. That's why,
This is at least
like you said, you signed up for it.
Yeah, that's what I tell everyone to file. Remember, you asked for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations and my sympathy.
But there's the taxpayer side as well, commissioners. I mean, those of us that are tenured have many years of experience, like Russell and John and Barry and myself and some others. Our salaries have gotten up there because of our years of experience, tenure, and knowledge. Now, trust me, I don't expect the person that replaced me to come in where I came in at,
Right.
but it would be on the new salary scale, which is published and open for everyone to see. And this scale has been in place for how many years?
Yeah, at least since 12. I think it was 2008, but
And-
at least since.
And not necessarily followed because commissioners feel they're in a difficult situation. I don't really feel it's that difficult to say we're treating you as every other employee in the organization.
Right. And that's the reason I shared the pay scales, just to remind you, we've got them on there and they are very reasonable salaries. They are competitive. And then just to kind of calculate in your head, this is just the salary. So you would approximate about 40%. We budget 39.5% for benefits. So that's the overall cost to the county of whatever we're at. And the people that he mentioned who have 20 plus years of experience, they're on the higher, they're above the mid-range, across the board. And so you can kind of look at that mid-range and see where you're talking about bringing someone in potentially inexperienced. I mean, by having a policy, we're not looking at the candidate. We're not looking at what they're bringing the citizens of Riley County. We're just saying that's what we'll do no matter who's elected. Now, you might get someone, I keep saying you might get someone with no experience. You might get someone with a ton of applicable experience, and then we'll look at that same pay scale and apply that as our recommendation. So it's not necessarily discouraging people who would make more money because of their experience and education.
So when is this decision made? Like, is after the elections and we sit down and look at who got elected and say, they don't,
Yeah,
because I don't remember that from 21.
We'd already made that decision
Yeah,
before you came
before,
on.
yeah.
because of the standing policy.
Yeah.
So we had a policy and they made a decision, but yes, that is how the other counties are doing this. They are waiting until everyone's in place, if there's any elected official, and then they make the resolution for those elected officials. And you do that, you make the resolution for all of the other positions, all the professional positions and the classified positions. We do it before the end of the year so that we can get, everything on payroll, but those people are in place. So, and truthfully, every time you sign a green sheet, you're assigning pay to someone, that you're the official, it's based on our recommendation. So the department head and I decide, okay, based on these years' experience, and we go through, we have a matrix, we count it up, and we compare it to the job description. And then we say, okay, this person merits 3, 5, 6 years experience, and that's what comes to you in the green sheet. So in effect, you're doing the same thing. One's through an employee action form and one's through a resolution, but they're the same effect.
I think that makes the most sense of how to do it, is evaluate each one based on experience on the scale and looking at the scale.
I do too.
Do you want to have a motion or would you, consensus? I don't know. We have 2 separate issues. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, but we also need to discuss us.
Yes, yeah.
In that
yeah,
equation too, and I don't agree with that one.
Yeah.
I do believe that one needs to just be equal.
Well, that's what we
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
That's what I
Oh,
said.
okay.
That's what I said.
It's good to make it clear.
That's what I said.
They're not
Mhm.
Right.
officials or other than.
Other than the commissioner, yeah.
Is it 4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I need to write that into the
Mhm.
proposal that I will bring to you, but I agree. It's you're the only position that has 3 people
Right.
in the same
Mhm.
position coming from different political parties, and it would be,
And we argued that pretty extensively at the end of 20, going into 21. And I said it then and I say it now. We're split down the middle third. We're doing
Yeah.
Whether you have experience or not, I mean, really,
Mhm.
even if you don't have experience, you're still doing a third of that,
A third
of that work. It's
yeah.
the same. So I voted then to make sure that everybody got paid the same, because I was the one moving forward, everybody else was not, and I wanted to keep it that way. And I still want to keep it that way. So I guess, I don't know, I guess my question there becomes then,
I think,
where does that put everybody?
so I think the commissioners, as far as our process, is that what you mean?
Yeah, and where does that put us at on the
Oh,
scale?
so the commissioners you're up there on the top level, and you all are, you were all, I don't know the exact number, but about 56,000 and some is where you are right now.
And we're not at the
And
mid-range.
then depending on what you choose, our recommendation will be to move that ahead with merit for 2025 equal to the other position. So we've got this is our mid and maximum, but we have it broken down to years of experience as well. So I don't know exactly the number I'll put you at, but you'll have to decide whether you want to do merit or not.
That wouldn't work, because you've got one that's got more time.
No, we'll leave you, my suggestion would be we would leave you at the pay you're making and move you the same amount, the same percentage as the rest of Early County.
Oh, gotcha, okay, I
Yes.
got you.
Yeah, not place you differently, but just move the whole recommendation 3.5%.
Gotcha.
Or whatever the average turns out to be. Yeah. And I believe the way that the process would look is that we would say commissioners are set equally in this, we'd say that, and then we'd say other elected officials are graded the same as all of the other positions at Riley County, and obviously we can flush that out, but that would be the base wording.
So everybody goes up the same step.
Yeah, all commissioners will go up the same years of experience, exactly the same step, yeah.
As the other elected officials
As
too.
you three, and then as long as they're in, continue, yes, they would go up. And if they're a new person, then we would evaluate, I would recommend, and you would determine their pay rate.
So the treasurer goes up the same step as commissioners, so they all go up the same step level, is that what you're saying?
No, the three commissioners would go up the same to the next step, but the treasurer is already has a step that she's at, for example, because of her tenure, and the same with Rich, and so each person, we've been doing this with tenured people all along, so they just basically go up one.
That's what I'm saying, one step.
Yeah, unless the commissioners determine that they haven't met expectations, because that's still the next, but so you'd have to discuss that, but. I don't know
Back
how
away
that,
from that.
I don't know how that would work.
I can tell you how well that would work.
Yeah.
I could imagine.
I mean, you would have to explicitly tell us in payroll that that's not what you wanted to do, but. And I did, just to make note, and not in case, Barry's is listening, the county attorney's salary is set differently, right? So the county attorney's salary, their position is on our pay scale, so we have a mid and max, but by statute, they are given a budget amount from you when they decided salaries. We work together and I think have a really great system for determining experience coming into the position. But when and if we have a new county attorney, that would be a potentially different process. I see Rich's, yeah.
Well, and that may be something Clancy needs to check in. I mean, yes, the county attorney has authority for his deputies, but these guys set county attorneys. The new county attorney doesn't get to come in and set their own salary.
Well, I think.
I believe, but.
Well, they can set it, but it has to be funded by the commission.
Right.
Uh-huh.
That's a funding decision.
So the commissioner set the budget and he or she determines how to use it. And so if they determine to give themselves
Within
a
the
certain
budget.
salary within the budget, then the rest is split between the others, yes.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit.
It's a little bit
Different.
odd.
But again, with our current
Because
county attorney, I mean, we have a really smooth system. He does a really good job of working together, evaluates experience, and he's actually lowered his own pay to be able to pay the assistant attorneys what he thought he needed to do. So
Yeah, no, I was just talking about
Yeah.
for newly elected ones.
it'll be a different conversation. Okay. Would you like to talk about the new and expanded? Or do you feel like you need a motion?
Well, I've heard from two that they agree with that. I haven't heard from Catherine that she agrees with all the other elected officials be compensated within the existing pay scale based on experience, and all three commissioners be paid the same. I believe all three of you agree on that one, but the first part I didn't hear that all three of you agreed with.
Yeah, I agree now that we've gone over it, so.
So I have a consensus on that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And I will, like I said, bring you the verbiage so that we can put it in. Make sure it's correct. Okay. All right. So then new and expanded. So we discussed additional process information regarding new and expanded. And so this current process that we are using, it was approved in 22, and it's basically this. And so this is how we fill the budgeted positions. But here's, I think, more in my understanding, more the concern of filling a new position. I do feel that after talking with commissioners, I feel like I need to expand a little bit and let you know that prior to these ever coming to the commissioners, the department head and myself talk about all of the criteria. So we talk about how a position will be funded, why there's a need for a new position, what is the data, what's the information of either increased services, shortened time for turnaround, other processes. They're the reasoning, right? The justification of why this position would be needed. And so we do all of that work, and our intention is to present that in the justification that comes to the commissioners. I do think, since that's not transparent, I could write that out better, that these are the things expected from a department head. But you should be seeing that when they come with this is the reason I want a new position. That's our intention, to be giving you, this is the impact and this is the reasoning behind it. And so obviously you all may have other direction.
I don't think there's a standardized process that any of us are using, including us. It's not definable underneath the umbrella of the organization. When we're making that decision, it should be the same process from the beginning to the end, and we're all on the same page on that. And my 5+ years here, that's never been the case.
So there's a process prior to it coming to commissioners.
But we need to know that process, and we don't know that process, and we don't have any idea when we're discussing whether it's during the budgetary process or not. And that's always been my frustration.
Sure. And the other thing that we don't have is a criteria for you to evaluate. Now, what we do currently rely on is your experience and knowledge of the operations of Riley County and what's going to impact, right? So that is what we have always relied on for the commissioners to make a decision about new or expanding positions. And I did check with some other just public entities to see how they do it, if they maybe have some sort of matrix, for lack of a better word. And the ones that I was able to check with don't do it exactly like we do. Now, like the city has an administrator, so those positions don't come to the commissioners, but it's exactly the same. The department head has to justify and literally put down what is the impact, what is the reasoning, those kinds of things. There are, and you may not be aware, there are ideas of new positions that never come to you. I mean, we just work through it and we're saying, okay, can you bring these reasons? And then after we get through the data, that it's just not justified. So these are department heads who are able to justify the need. And again, obviously, it's a difficult, just like you mentioned, Commissioner McKinley, it's a difficult decision. And I don't know if you want a criteria for making that, because all departments are different and all departments have different impacts.
Yeah.
And I think between us, we probably understand and know some departments better based off our own experience, and some we don't. That's just the nature of the game too. And it would be better to have that standardized across the board so that we're all working on the same plane from start to finish. Well, I'm sorry, but we're not.
The one thing I'm thinking that we need to add something to is to fill a new position, if the department head new positions must be requested through the annual budget process. I'm thinking about maybe a situation may develop where we really need somebody in the mid-year. Maybe we can make some sort of a phrase or some kind of a exception clause. We've had that in some.
We have been.
Yeah, and it's the exception has been that if you do that, it's either been funded through a grant process, so it hasn't affected the budget, or you figure out a way to fit it within your current year's budget.
Yeah.
And then we have to bring it back as a new position that next budget year.
Yeah.
But we could add verbiage such as something about exceptions may be approved or reviewed by the commissioners. I mean, that this is our standard process, but exceptions or something to that effect.
Yeah, I think we need to have something in the manual, at least that deals with that.
Sounds like it almost ought to match what it was just, or what John just described. Is that something that you, if that's your process and how you prefer to do it, that probably ought to be the exception.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what I heard John say is that if they can fund it through another source, they can bring it mid-year and we will consider it. But is that really the same as what you're saying? Because there could be other emergency things that are not funded through a grant or the state.
Well, I'm just saying that those were some examples. I mean, that's,
We've done it, yeah.
I would think, rather than just, the exceptions is approved, if you've got some kind of parameters you want on it. And if those parameters are what was just described, if those are broad enough, I'm just suggesting that's one way we could come up with the language that gives HR some guidance as to what, rather than just unless an exception is approved by the commission. It just depends on how many boundaries you want to put in.
So that would be, John, help me if I'm not phrasing what you said correctly. So that would be exceptions will be made only for those positions funded outside of the approved budget. To that effect.
Right. We've done that in the
We
past.
have.
Right. But
Yes.
that criteria has been, we've done it with the health department for positions, but they're usually grant funded, so it doesn't affect the budget. But if it does affect the budget, you have to work, if it's March, you have to figure out how to work that into your current year's budget.
Yeah,
We're obviously not gonna amend the budget to fit that in.
I've heard that, the board expressed that plenty of times.
Right.
So something without requiring additional budgetary impact or something. to
Yeah,
that effect.
increase impact.
So that would basically state new positions must be requested to the annual budget. Exceptions only for positions funded without requiring additional budgetary impact. I need to wordsmith it a little bit.
Doesn't that put the department heads in kind of a box on if you say only if you can work it out in your budget, but it's something that's really absolutely needed, that then they're afraid to come to us or they won't come to us. And, that's when you put that kind of a stipulation on it about working within your budget, then it really limits.
How else do you do it?
I don't.
Well, it's exceptions, everything. If you're saying there are, limited exceptions allowed or something, and it would be based on circumstances. If something happens, I don't know, and all of a sudden you have to have a new position, we have to do it to figure out how to work it. But like I said, I know most of them before have been grant funded or adjusted, exception, you can't. Well, exceptions don't have limits to me. I mean, exceptions are just weird situations that come up and you can't limit them because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner McKinley and Commissioner Boki. I mean, you just don't know. That's when there's an emergency or a complete change of operations or some state law changes.
Yeah, the state can throw something at us and this goes into effect July 1st.
Yeah, and when you say that, different department heads will interpret that differently and it will come to the commissioners to say yay or nay.
Yeah.
So exceptions considered.
Limited exceptions,
something
yeah,
like
with
that.
limited exceptions.
Approved by the board.
Yeah.
Exceptions considered.
If that's, okay. I was anticipating you wanted more structure.
I actually do, but, so we'll probably have to make a motion on that.
Exceptions by definition don't fit a rule.
Yeah, it's an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but saying it's going to be approved by the board, I mean, that's still different than
Right.
saying.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So what I would have then is the other option would be the same phrase, but then limited exceptions as approved by the board. So with the rest of the process, commissioners, I know we heard from John saying that we need kind of more of a systematic approach for approval. What are your thoughts? I mean, so traditionally, it has come, the commissioner that reviewed, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to stop because we're at 10:45.
Okay,
You'll have to figure out how to bring it back.
okay,
Okay.
all right. Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
So do we need a motion on that last discussion so you can work that in or what? Or do we wait?
I can bring, I mean, I think I can just bring it back as a secondary proposal with that verbiage, and then you'll make a motion. I'll bring both options that I heard and,
Mhm.
yeah,
That'd be good.
all right, thank you very much.
What for the fact that we were starting the budget and let that go a little bit.
I appreciate it, that's great, I appreciate it.
Good morning, Commissioners. Catherine Hensler, Director of the Raleigh County Historic Museum. Fun fact, approximately 1 year and 340 days ago, I stood up here for the first time. I had been on the job for about 2 days and was told it's budget season. So you get to present the upcoming budget. I have to say, this year's process was much easier. It really does help going through a couple annual cycles, learning how the museum operates, how we interact with the commission, how we interact with our historical society and the public. I'm glad we got those first years out of the way. So what I will mention, I know you've had a chance to read through our narrative as well as look at our proposed figures for 2025. I am happy to say that we were able to cut costs going forward, not by much, but we'll start with personnel. Now, that's not something we can really change in this current process we're in right now, but we are making a slight reduction. And that's not because we're taking away any positions or adding any, but we do have a staff member who has announced their intent to retire this year. And so that would mean, of course, going through the advertising, hiring process and bringing a new staff member on, which we suspect will occur either at the end of this year or early next year. So that is what is causing the reduction of our personnel services. Also, the individual will be leaving has 32 years of tenure, and of course, we will be bringing a new staff member on. Going down into contractual services, we won't go through each line. However, you can see that for the most part, we have either tried to remain solid on what we have requested in years past. There are 2 line items that we're requesting a slight increase for, and that is the repair and maintenance of office equipment and the repair and maintenance of other equipment. With 2410, the increase is because we are getting a new printer copier machine at the museum. The one we have been using is from 2010 and does not help us out with some of those current technological needs. So
We
that is-
understand.
Yes. It's pretty bad when you try to scan something and it will not email to you. So we are looking at getting that new printer. The lease will increase that line item slightly, but it will reduce other line items because we will no longer have to buy toner and cartridges for the other printers we have at the museum. We will all just utilize the services of this one, and that is included in the contract. The other line item here, like I mentioned, is repair and maintenance of other equipment. Again, this is just something that I've learned over the course of a few years now. Mainly this is for fire extinguisher service and recharging. Certain years will be less, other years will be more. You'll notice in 2023, it was very low because we had had our extinguishers recharged the previous year. So we were just able to do an inspection. This current year that we're in, 2024, that we just had that done and it was very close, just under 250 because we needed the recharging of a number of them. So minimal increase, however, that is an increase. As far as looking at last year's proposed budget though, we are still coming in under what we requested last year for total contractual services. For commodities, we are also coming in under what we asked for last year. We have not increased any of those line items. We have been able to reduce them. Moving on to capital outlay. We're not requesting anything for the upcoming year. We do know that our historical society will be needing some hardware. We're going to be purchasing some notebooks. However, that is the cost that they will take care of. That will not come back to the county.
So overall, we are looking at a request of $491,928. That does include personnel. However, less personnel, that is just giving us an operational budget of $14,273. So overall, it is a decrease from our request last year by 1.2%. Are there any questions that you have? Okay, in closing, I do want to thank you for the support you've given the museum. Being that I've worked in a number of different museums, privately funded, privately owned, publicly owned, et cetera, the level of support that the county provides to our museum is exceptional, and I recognize that. This is, I look at as a privilege and an advantage, and we're able to do a lot of wonderful things. We're able to operate as a professional museum. We're able to hire professional staff. Because of that, we are able to also stay open every day of the week, with the exception of Monday. We're able to provide free services to people living in our community. We're able to offset admission prices as well. So our admission at our museum, as well as the other sites that the society owns, stays at free admission, and we really do appreciate that. And I know our both of our citizens as well as the visitors to our community appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Question,
Yes.
because I know you talked about, and maybe it is that some of the lighting system and some stuff like that needs to be redone. Does that go through CIP, or is that?
Get it to
Yes.
John. I mean, it depends on how big it is. He may have funding in county building, but if it's
Okay.
really big, we could do a CIP request, but you know,
That's not in this budget.
Correct.
That isn't covered by anything in her budget.
no, correct,
Okay.
correct.
Just wanted to clarify, because I knew you were talking about that for a while.
Not a larger item like that for sure.
It's not
Yes,
working.
it's a good question, and exactly what Rich had said. Something larger would go through CIP, something
Okay.
smaller could go under buildings.
Had you talked to John about it?
Yes, he is tracking it.
What's he recommend? Is he gonna try and get it in county building or?
We're trying to determine the best right now. It's a kind of a tricky situation because our historical society is going into a strategic planning phase where there might be the conversation of expansion. We of course don't want to put a lot of money into a lighting system that could then need to be moved over to the other side of the building. So I think right now it's going to be a fix versus a whole new lighting system going in those spaces.
Good for the board to know.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, Commissioners Gina Snyder at 11. Hi, Gina.
Hi. Thanks for letting me know to take some of these. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, okay. They don't want you there. They don't want to hear from me for longer than 3 minutes. Yeah. I'm kidding. Okay. I'm kidding. This one. This one. No, we have. Second. Oh, yeah. So. Commissioner for Thrills is like. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's fantastic. Oh, good to know. Yeah. This is my first time actually living. So just been even like you guys and I don't know anything. I was like here, this time last year. Right. So, right. Oh, okay, well, sorry. Yeah.
Yep, go to the K-State baseball game Friday. That was a fun one.
That's the one we won, right? We lost them. Yeah,
One Friday and Sunday.
yeah.
That was really good. The reliever at the top of the ninth got himself in a pickle. We were ahead 3-2, but he got down, bases loaded, no outs, pitched himself out of it.
Got a pretty good reliever too.
There was a couple. The first one they had, he did good. And they went with another one the next day. I was like, why'd they do that? And especially after he loaded the bases on himself, and because they went out and talked to him, thought they were going to pull him, and they left him in. He got his way out of it. That dude throws hard. He threw 95 mile an hour.
Yeah. We got him projected like a third or fourth round potential draft pick.
He got out of a pickle he put himself in. I didn't know if he's going to be able to do that. Needless to say, KU was not very happy with the strike that got called on the no swing for the last out. That's a really neat little atmosphere. It's something
Yeah,
we need to use that
Yeah.
asset more in our community because it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that KU and K-State had brothers that played.
Yeah, they showed a picture of that
Really?
one.
Mhm.
KU's catcher and
Mhm.
they were talking to each other up at the plate. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I said, I wonder if he signals to the pitcher to give his brother a good pitch.
Yeah.
Because his brother's a freshman and a good batter. He's got several RBIs this weekend.
Okay, Gina.
And. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. And we're supposed to keep this short and sweet, so I didn't bring a presentation. I didn't know whether to take that personal.
It wasn't just to you.
No. That was my deal. Everybody gives an opportunity to give an update and stuff. We just wanted to make this completely about the budget.
Yep.
And simple.
Yep,
So don't take that personally.
I was just kidding.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just in case you weren't. So, okay.
So that's what you're telling me?
There's nothing exciting you're gonna tell us anyway, Clancy, so I'm not worried about
Oh,
doing that.
wow. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to be in front of you in this year. Our request for $5,000 is the same amount that we've requested for the last several years at least. And again, we apply this gift, this donation to our beautification because we think that's appropriate. The fact that you all have the largest footprint in downtown, we think is only fitting that our beautification efforts, that we apply your dollars to those beautification efforts. Just want to point out one kind of exciting thing when we've been working through the Houston Street projects, which are quite a mess right now. I'm sure you're all aware of that.
Yeah.
I would like to let you guys know that the intersection at Third and Houston will be open by graduation, so that's a good thing. We were looking at what beautification we're gonna have to add to that corridor. And in doing so, we realized that we literally have 189 flower baskets out currently in the downtown during flower baskets, 189. I don't know why I didn't realize that. I certainly pay the bill for it every year. But I mean, that's massive. When I first got here, we started this program, we started with 40. So it's just kind of cool. The Houston Street project, we will be bringing on 20 new flower baskets. We'll have to do our flag program over there, which is American flag and Power Cat flag. And then, of course, all of our Christmas lights and the new trees. So it'll be a duplication of Points Avenue in a 2-block span. And really so much of our 25% of our overall budget goes towards beautification. This gift, should you give it to us, will go directly towards that.
Okay.
Good. Any questions?
No.
Okay,
Christine.
thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it.
Yes. Have a good day.
You too. Next, Commissioner, your Tremblay at 11:15. Yeah, that one, first base, he had to be from a KU grad because he called 2 outs on us for not tagging up on 2 fly balls.
Oh, really?
And I think on the second one, I think Pete even had the head umpire make a note to kind of discipline him or check into it because the head ump, after Pete was visiting with him, got out his notepad and wrote some notes and not happy. Those were 2 cheap outs they got on us. Jared, how you doing?
Good, very much.
Good.
Flash drive or just print out.
The box is right to the right of the podium there and the down low.
Yeah, am I next?
You are next.
Okay.
You are next, 11:15, so you have plenty of time.
Gina was complimenting me and saying that you have like the most wonderful ideas.
Awesome. That's ridiculous.
You have reached the limit of my IT.
That's all right. It was beyond mine for a minute, didn't it?
That's it.
You can email it to me, and I can get it saved.
Let's just do that. I did it 4 different ways. Since it happened. And what's your email, sorry?
It's B Phillips.
Oops. Oh, yeah.
The current tax bill that they voted on.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's got a little bit of everything.
What is it?
Several ideas that
It's got the government competition bill in it.
it's clear that they had things hung on it.
It's got some bits and pieces of the veterans property tax rebates.
Throw it into the tax bill.
Just put it on there.
And it was running at 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll forward it to you so you see this.
The KAC's got
I draft.
draft letter.
And then I can.
Show feet or
Is
whatever.
that possible?
But it's gotta be done today. Because I'm gonna get
Nope,
it.
I'm signing it up. It's probably gonna.
That's kind of what, was saying. They expected it to be.
Should work.
But again,
Well,
until it happens.
The whole thing, they're arguing, they're saying,
Okay.
tax bill, arguing over
Were you
$30 million
able to
a
use it?
year.
There was no internet.
The difference between the two on a
Yeah.
$20 billion budget. Doesn't even, and then they just announced April tax collections came in 100 million over estimate. Now they're worrying about 30 million for a year and they got 100 in a month. It's all just petty politics.
Really what it is, the governor wants the three tax brackets in there and the one that,
Yeah, and what difference is that? I don't
to me, it doesn't at this point.
get that.
But to me, all this other stuff attached to me doesn't need to be there either. So it's really on both sides of the equation.
Right.
I doubt they expect it to go through.
Yeah, they didn't.
They just want to be able to say they got it there.
We tried it, but
We tried.
We did.
Yeah, she wouldn't let us. And happen to.
So we're gonna pay for them to come back for another week or two to fight it out on the tax bill.
And how much does that cost the taxpayer?
I mean, they're not transparent about that. How can that be?
All right. Particularly after we spent how much on a presidential preference primary?
Yeah, see, they could just be arguing over 25 million instead.
5.2.
So what did they actually statewide spend on that presidential?
The estimate early was 5 million. I haven't heard an accurate accounting since.
We won't get one probably. People are upset about it.
I know I spoke to Rich's group on Wednesday and I wasn't bashful about my feelings about it. And apparently it followed along with everybody else's because I got a large applause on that one.
This always happens. Yeah. It works one way, it doesn't work the other.
Got it?
I got it.
And she can't line item that particular piece. Of
Only the budget.
Only the budget, right?
I always have to go back and look at the rules.
I think it's just the budget or appropriation. That's not considered either one.
The rules at that minute.
Yeah.
Junior must have been brief.
Yeah, she was.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good thing, huh? Yeah.
That's good.
We did say brief this year, so it was.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Jared.
All right, good morning, Commissioner. My name is Sheriff Clay. I'm the planning manager for the Flintfield MPO. It's our 2025 budget request. Just a very brief overview. MPO, Flintfield's MPO was founded in 2013, first one in over 30 years. We're federally mandated organization when Manhattan's urbanized area went over 50,000 as defined by the census. And so we have a policy board, Commissioner Ford sits on that for Riley County. You can see the other voting members there. And then we have our non-voting members as well. And so the MPO region, the green line, as I mentioned, 50,000 for the urbanized area of Manhattan. So that includes Western Potawatomi County and here. Junction City and Wamego have since chosen to join along with other parts of the county. So our boundary is this entire orange dotted line there. So just a few key projects that we worked on. We worked on something called the TIP, Transportation Improvement Program. It outlines 4 years of projects to do with transportation in the region. Anything with state or federal money must be included in there before funding can be obligated. We also do some regionally significant projects that don't have that are all local money. And this only contains projects with a committed funding source. So this is not our long range plan, which is more aspirational. So over the last, from 2020 to right now, there's $14.5 million programmed in our TIP for Riley County. 13 million of it are the two roundabouts coming in, and then also the repaving of 24 from a year or two ago. We also work a lot with Ogden. We're a key partner on the US DOT Thriving Communities grant that they were just awarded.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you put enough putting them out there, hoping to get one. So yeah, so that's large. We've also done safe across the school reports, but Riley Avenue, obviously a huge need for consumer there, so we're happy to be a partner on that. We also do a long-range transportation plan known as Connect 2040. This goes out 20 years. We're updating it right now. I'll get to that in a second, but there's a fiscally constrained project list. What our role is to facilitate this process. So we go out to your staff, Public Works and Planning, and we say, are there any updates to your land use? Are there any transportation projects that you would like to see in the long term? Then we have, so that's really what we do. Well, like I said, we're updating it. It's going from 2040 to 2050. So it's a 25-year plan. We're in the middle of it. The first portion of this is called a TDM, or Transportation Demand Model. We have a consultant on board for that. We have the base year. So you do a base year first, and that is 2022. And that model is reflecting the traffic as it was in 2022. As I mentioned, we've met with staff there. And we're working on the future model scenarios right now, and those should be out. This all will wrap up into a full document. And the idea here is to look at different scenarios, different growth scenarios, a high, a low, different development types, and to really see which projects are needed in any growth scenario. And those are the ones we definitely should be going after. We also just kicked off our electric vehicle readiness plan last week. That will be going on throughout the rest of the year and into next year. And what I would hope for Raleigh County is that there's some policies that can come out of it. So, this is what we should do. This is what we should not do. Nothing, no dictation, nothing like that, but just taking a look at where we're at as a region to do so. We've also discussed the US 24 corridor management plan. This document currently goes from Manhattan east into Potawatomi County, but there's been discussions about extending it to the north and west, possibly as far as US 77. KDOT is interested in that. I was at Potawatomi County last week, and they're all for the partnership of this should you choose to do that. So our budget request. So the way our funding works, you can see the top right up here. We have a total budget plan for next year for $341,000. Of that, this is not the line item budget, but of that $341,000, a portion of it is planning related specifically, and we are reimbursed at 100% for 2.5% of that planning. So our new budget over here, this non-complete streets total of $335,000. From there, it's an 80-20 split with the state. And so the $67,000 then is broken down by jurisdictions based upon population. And you can see Riley County currently makes up about 5% of the population. And so our request would be $3,358.30. And here's a graph to show you the last 10 or 11 years of local match requests, and last year we were at 37.72, so we're down another 10 to 12% this year. Our budget is very much dictated based on our consultants and work and our contracts that we're doing. So this next year will be a little lower, and so that is our request. I will tell you, we do more than $3,358 with Raleigh County. Yeah. But yes. I'll take any questions on that.
A lot of that has to do with federal dollars that came back to balance out that 80-20, because as you've seen on that graph there, for a couple of years there, it was not 80-20.
Here, yeah, 2019 through 21, it got down to, I think in 2020 it was about 73-27. It was getting close to 30% local match, and then bill passed, and then there was all this funding federally to get us back where we needed to be. And KDOT's been great to work with since I took over in 22. We've not had any issues. In fact, we have more federal money than we asked for local. Yeah, so we had to carry them. Oh, I misspelled total there. I do apologize.
I was trying to figure out more there.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'll have to go fix that in the other documents this came from. Apologize. right, well, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Next, commissioners, you have Anna Burson at 1:15. What time's pizza getting here?
I don't know. I'm going to help her trunk for lunch, so.
Good choice.
Yeah,
Hey there, Friday.
I got a lunch meeting.
Ladies in the office frequent it
Good.
a fair amount.
Good stuff.
I'm not sure it's for the food though.
Yeah, no. Hopefully that's after hours, not lunch.
You never know what Brittany's got next up.
Liquid lunch.
Um, we were talking earlier, where's, Good Morning Manhattan gonna be at?
I have not seen.
Okay.
That's a good point, though.
The last time it was at the country club.
Yeah,
Kind of bounced around a little bit, and
that is a good point.
he was gonna be speaking.
Because it wasn't well attended the last time. You were there, were you?
Not at all.
No.
Really?
Yeah, it was, I thought there'd be a lot. Like I said, it was so badly attended, there had to be another event going on. And the rest of us weren't invited to because it was that low.
Yeah, it was really.
Or,
Well, we weren't there because we were in Pittsburgh, but
or they knew something that I didn't know ahead of time, and that there was no potatoes with breakfast, had I known.
no, we enjoyed potatoes for breakfast that morning.
I did not.
These pictures are amazing.
Do you know where the next Good Morning Manhattan meeting is? Whatever they said. Okay, thank you. Bye. Yeah, Cindy hasn't gotten anything yet either.
Saturday night, Bill Pye, and went, oh.
Never mind.
Waiting, the patio was full, there's a waiting line, so we'll find someplace else.
It's kind of that time of the year where maybe some things will open up during the
Yeah,
evening.
couple of weeks, we'll be able to eat any part we want.
We've gotten to have it, not for lunch, but dinner going to Nico's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Nico's good.
Very good. Yes.
And it was my son-in-law that told me, and I wouldn't think of it, going there and having a steak, but he said early on, he said, man, their steaks are really good. But,
Yeah, you wouldn't think so.
Darnell and I couldn't figure out where to go one time. We said, Nico's kind of want pasta, kind of want steak. So we ordered the bigger steak and it come with a pasta as a side. So we split that and our steak was really good. It was.
I've eaten there for lunch a couple of times, but not dinner.
Next
I
one.
don't usually do steak for lunch,
No, it was a dinner.
Yeah,
when
it's
we
always
went out.
impressive when it's true that they say, don't order usually your server tells you not to order that full, you get a quarter.
I love
You
the
don't get
chopped
the-
salad.
Yeah.
I love the chopped salad.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. Yeah.
When I was working in Salina,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I'd buy the whole, you can buy a full one, which is basically a cake pan full.
Mm-hmm.
And we, bring it home and we'd eat off of it for several
Yeah,
days.
it's a meal in itself.
Make it a
They
meal
put
by
so much
itself.
chicken in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Man, make me so hungry.
For a long time.
See y'all at 1:15.
No, well, could be, like I say, I say Nico, it was Martinelli.
Yeah.
Right, and then Martinelli.
Yep.
Are they still open?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think they're still connected.
Yeah, they're connected. This is an offshoot of that one.
Yeah, but I assume just based on the size of the portion.
Yeah.
There's the same one.
Yeah, I couldn't eat a full portion ever.
Yeah, no, we really enjoy it.
It's a lot of good restaurants.
Way better than it used to be, that's for sure. Yeah. Never heard that.
Hey, Commissioners, we are live.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Fiona Burson, the Raleigh County Appraiser's Office, here to do the annual budget presentation. So in the Appraiser's Office, as you know, the core responsibility lies in the meticulous process of discovering, listing, and valuing property for ad valorem taxation. This task is anything but simple and often faces scrutiny. It demands rigorous training to ensure the accuracy of the data collection and the reliability of our valuation. Understanding the significance of this task is pivotal in grasping the composition of our budget, as it constitutes a substantial portion thereof. Training is an ongoing endeavor spanning years, with continuous education being imperative for all staff members. Certain courses necessitate updates every 2 years, while those state and or IWM designations must fulfill mandatory continuing education hours on a 4-year cycle. So the ongoing expansion of our community also translates to a heightened workload for our team. By statute, all properties must undergo re-inspection every 6 years, with each valid sale mandating an inspection. Moreover, all permits require thorough review and physical inspection to ensure the most updated data. Recognizing the limitations imposed by budget constraints, we have refrained from seeking additional staff and instead turned to technological advancements to bolster efficiency whenever possible. Furthermore, we've reallocated resources, redefined roles and responsibilities, and updated policies and procedures to optimize or adhere to the statutory deadlines in the most cost-effective manner. So I noted and highlighted some of the bigger adjustments to the 2024, between 2024 and 2025. So postage, freight, and shipping, we just reallocated. In 24, we thought we could divide out those costs a little bit better, and did find that it couldn't be as clearly defined as we originally had anticipated. So we just reallocated it back, combining, consequently, resulted in a combined increase of 2,000 over the prior year. Again, just allocating those expenses more accurately. All mailings are statutorily mandated, and again, there's no state funded expenses. They're not paid for by the state. Cellular phone services and internet services. So cell phone services have been reduced by about $500 based on the 2023 expenditures, while an additional $1,000 was allocated to the internet access, specifically for the 2 appraiser MiFi devices that are intended for storm damage assessment, BOTA proceedings, field work, offsite presentations. Having those MiFis in the field allows our devices to be live whenever we're assessing or helping with storm damage, and in other events when we're doing a presentation, quick access. Appraisal services we did slightly reduce for 2025 as some of those historical cases have been resolved. However, appraisal services still remain an essential piece of what we have to have done annually. The apparent expenditure of $30,355 for 2023 does not encompass those encumbered funds for outstanding BOTA cases or potential fee appraisals for back years. And so this category covers our expert witness testimony, fee appraisals, and the various appraisal studies that we have to do annually. The office equipment rental and repair and maintenance. And so we adjusted historically, the leasing expenses were listed under the 2,200 office equipment rental and under repair, maintenance, and office equipment, when really it's better allocated under office equipment rental. So we just removed it from the one and placed it in the other. Dues, memberships, training, registration, and subscription. So redistribution of the costs in these 3 areas from the 2024 for the 2025 is what we're planning to do. Training and registrations have been increased, while dues and memberships and subscriptions have been reduced, resulting in a combined budget reduction of about $1,500. So we're putting the heaviest amount of that budget in that training registration section. So in summary, the appraiser's office budget for 2025, encompassing both personnel and other expenditures, has been reduced compared to the 2024 budget. And here for any kind of questions that you may have. The personnel changes are relating to a potential or an anticipated retirement with a little bit of overlap for some training prior to that coming up. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Anna. Next, Commissioners, you have Jenny Peterson at 1:30.
Okay.
Yep, Zaya. They'll won't go until 1:30, Jenny.
All the other department heads need to notice.
Hmm?
All the other department need to notice our first two.
Yeah. See how it goes.
I'm guessing they won't continue, but it was nice to see.
Yeah, see reduction.
Shortest presentation, get the biggest percentage increase. I can make that happen.
It's not the way it works there.
Oh, there's not incentive?
No,
Incentive.
this is government. There's never any incentive.
I missed it a little bit out over lunch.
Oh, yeah.
It was when I left.
Mhm.
Full, I need to take a nap now.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of feeling that way. The last 2 Mondays in a row, and I'm not usually that way on a Monday, but we did a lot of work outside yesterday. And I get those big rains. Actually, when I bought the place, it had a small house. It was right there along. There's a drainage ditch that, all the fields to the west of us, which is pasture drains down, and it's a natural drainage into the main creek there. Our first house is a little slab house down there, and there was times I had water running both sides against the house. So when we built new, just up the hill a little bit, but it runs like crazy. Of course, it brings all that debris because it's all grass now, and we mow it. So we had lots of wet leaves and debris to clean up while the water's still running through there slow because water's still running through our yard there.
Hmm.
Which I like to see because we need the water.
Had water in my backyard for several years. It used to be once a year. Just overnight, just comes.
Yeah.
Comes up and goes back down the very back part of the yard. I learned that's where I had my firewood stacked one year and
disappeared one year.
Oh,
the neighbor got it.
Yeah, well, there was a few down through the yard, but the rest of it was down in the creek. Farther. So I moved my head because it was nice and sunny. It was good place for me to cry out, a lot of air. I'm now,
Detention pond.
it comes out. Well, I think because it did have a bigger stack and it didn't fit, but then it was down, it was down just about half of one, and it washed it all the way.
How much rain did you get Saturday morning?
Saturday, yeah, I heard
Friday night, Saturday morning. I had 1.1.
Yeah, about a little over 1.25.
I should write it
I had
down.
just done, like 3/4.
I had a 2 and an 8, and then the 3/4 at the end. I should write them down. It's a bunch of different ones. Probably about 4 total. But
I wouldn't mind this storm dropping some more rain. That lake still had
Might
a
be all
long
we
way
get
to
till
go.
fall.
Huh?
Said after tonight, it might be all we get till fall.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. We've had enough of those years in a row already.
Last year's horrible. God, that's July and August, and everything's burned up.
Last 2 years have been tough on moisture.
Of course, I don't want it to be like 19 where it just starts raining and it doesn't stop either. So what was the worst of extremes? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jenny Peterson. I'm president of the Riley County Genealogical Society. And we are pleased to be able to your county buildings as our library. The historic Platt House built in 1871 houses our library, and we are responsible through our lease for maintaining it and keeping it in good condition, which we're pleased to do. We have strictly volunteers, so we have a retired gentleman from the university who is our maintenance person. And he puts the wallpaper back on the wall when it falls down and paints the window ledges when they start peeling and other things associated with an old house. And we're pleased that over the years, the Riley County Commission has seen fit to give us $3,500 towards the utilities for the house. And today we're respectfully requesting that this might be increased to $5,000 to better meet the actual costs of the utilities associated with rising prices. But pleased to have whatever you can see fit to give us. I would like to fill you in a little bit on what we do for Riley County, just briefly, since I have a few more minutes here, I think. We have good coverage throughout the county. We have a couple of board members from Riley itself, and some of our people come down from there for our programming. We recently had the ladies that are in charge of the Belgrade Cemetery come visit us when they found out we had the maps that show who was moved there when their original cemetery was taken over by Tuttle Creek. We house a lot of county records that have been digitized over the years and are available through our office too, which is always great. The maps that are associated with Riley County that show where people originally homesteaded, we have 1881, 1905 plat maps that get a lot of use. And then the current GPS, so let's call it, county map identifier is useful in showing what currently is happening in those same locations. So it's good to have these resources available to us. We also have a library full of other resources. A couple gentlemen came in recently, two separate individuals, but within the same day, looking for information about the Stockdale area. And we were able to pull a book off our shelves and show stories of families, including one of theirs. And surprisingly enough, some of mine that had been in the Stockdale area too. So you never know what you're going to find when you're researching for someone else. But we do have a lot of traffic in and out. We had a gentleman from far away inquire about a family tradition that they didn't know the end of the story to, and I was able to find the newspaper clipping that showed that yes, indeed, their uncle had been put on a train and his body, I should say, and taken to Riley and interred in the Riley Cemetery. And they were delighted to get proof of that after 20 years of searching for his whereabouts and what had happened to him. So it's those kinds of success stories that keep us going. As I said, we are all volunteers. We pay no salaries to anyone. In fact, most of us as volunteers are the main contributors to our income, which consists of memberships and donations. So we get by on the largesse of our friends. Our volunteers are also the ones that contribute the subscriptions that they personally pay for some of our subscription-based databases. And so we have a lot of good interaction with the people that work for us. There's about 30 of us that are active on a daily basis. We have 140 members. And we feel like we serve a good purpose in helping the people, both here in the state that come in to see where their relatives in Europe came from, because they're heading over there this summer, or where they original ancestors landed when they came here back in the 1850s and 60s. So I would thank you again for your support and ask for your consideration for giving us just a little bit more money to help us balance the budgets. Are there any questions? Oh, I forgot the main thing I meant to tell you. Our big project for this year is called Walking Through History on the Linear Trail. And we've had a committee put together a whole series of studies and have come up with markers that are going in 5 places this summer on the linear trail here, marking where the Kaw Indian Village originally was, where the town of Polyester was originally located, which was the first settlement, where the Hartford Steamboat ran aground, and then where the Underground Railroad spur was, and then where the Black Settlement or the Exodusters landed when they came here. And then next year, there'll be 5 more focusing on Canton, Boston, the opening of Kansas Territory to settlers, and the floods and railroads that impacted the growth of the area. So we're looking at educating the population. We've gotten a grant. There will be displays going up at the library and Heritage Center and other places talking about it as well too. So we're pleased with that project going forward. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioner, you have Shiloh Hager at 1:45. How's Donna?
Good.
Good. You're the presenter?
No.
That was quick.
Not that way she brought you.
Please read.
Greg, your taxes are paid.
Okay.
First.
Lots of cancellations for tonight. I've had 2 meetings because of potential.
Really?
Mhm.
I think it's gonna be an active spring.
Released early.
I just want to get my car in the garage. Oh, you walk. Yeah.
Like, look, like, so.
I walk in.
Like they got relatively long.
Which is
Just send John to spread his body over.
There you go.
Sure.
I'll run really fast.
And that last one a few weeks ago, Blake and his wife, Clancy's vehicle too also got hail damage from that. Clancy's had $4,000 worth. His Jeep.
wow.
Blake said the insurance guy counted 600 dents on his truck.
Mhm.
Live over at the Links.
Mhm.
When you said you had help, we didn't write anything.
When you were storing that way, that was.
Just need to tell me. Yeah, he's holding you.
Keep moving it back a little bit. So,
I know.
I mean, they keep moving it. I mean, it was supposed to start around 4. Now it's not till like 6. So it's getting later and later.
You keep this with this cool temperature, that would help too.
Yeah, it should. That's what they said. The cooler temperature should help moderate it. But it wouldn't be the first time they're wrong.
That's right.
The humidity was at 96% and the dew point was at 62. It kind of doesn't matter if there's sunshine or not.
It definitely feels humid today.
Better get used to it.
Is there any getting used to it?
I don't know. I've been here for a long time. I should be used to it by now.
So being from Kentucky, do you pay much close attention to the Kentucky Derby?
So you try to scout seriously?
Yeah.
Did you bet on the?
There was something missing from that equation though.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of busy.
Rare. Can it take one day out to go see some horses? I mean, come on.
Did you place a bet on the winning horse or?
No,
They said on the radio.
the horse that won had 18-1 odds.
220 million was bet, was a record on the Derby. But they said there's 30 states now you can, gamble in places, but
Kansas
it was,
won.
it was a record.
The winning horse had 18-1 odds.
That'd been pretty good
It
winning.
was literally a photo finish. He literally was just a nose ahead.
Was it really? Was he beat out the favorite or was the favorite?
Favorite was in it towards the end. I think he finished third. And who dressed him up there anyway? That was horrible.
He looks wonderful.
It was horrible.
Dressed
It
who?
would have been better just wearing his Chiefs jersey.
What was he wearing?
Oh, no.
Suit?
Is Brittany getting to him? I mean,
I did.
Taylor, same thing.
Same.
Who are you talking
He
about?
always.
Travis Kelce. He was at the Kentucky Derby and
Of course.
it didn't match. It was horrible.
It was a little suit. It don't match.
Was it Linda?
You and I had very different tastes in fashion, girl.
Yes. Oh, I actually wasn't looking at it.
There was two with the-
I can do that.
Was it like a linen suit? Is that like a white linen?
I don't know.
I couldn't tell.
Well, that's a pretty southern
Yeah.
style.
He's not southern, is he?
Well, he's at the Kentucky Derby. I mean,
He actually went to Cincinnati, so he wasn't too far away.
He's from.
that was hot.
Imagine that Travis Kelce.
Where's my game day?
You got a good point there. You do got
Oh
me
my
there.
God.
It's a guy 2 down from him with some sort of weird stacked hat and a glitter jacket on.
Travis,
See, I liked the stacked hat. I didn't like the glitter.
It looks like hamburger.
It's not something I would wear, but I thought it looked that looked kind of cool.
That's funny.
But then again, I grew up in the land of Lincoln, so stacks, though,
Oh, okay.
old school, old fashioned for me. And I guess with that, Shiloh, you're gonna talking about budget, but I'll give you a chance.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, with my 2025 budget presentation. Thought I would start with the easy one first, which is the Treasurer General Fund budget. The things that I'm responsible for statutorily out of the Treasurer General Fund budget is the legal publications, the tax statement preparation and mailing, and delinquent notice preparation and mailing. Of my 3 Cs, I did go up slightly in a couple of areas. One area is postage, with the anticipation of the postage rates going up again. I thought it be prudent to add some extra budget into there for all the mailings that we do. The other area that I had to go back up on was the armor car service. We made some changes last year and reduced the number of times that they come to our office. They come every other week to pick up the cash deposits. Which in that budget, it did lower. However, with the new 2024 year, we got notification that their rates were going up again. And this 8,500 is reflective of what is now we are being charged per month. It's about $700 a month is what that is. So I increased that. And those are the 2 major areas. Personnel, that those numbers are provided by HR. We don't currently have anyone anticipating retiring. We do have a few employees for 25 that will be eligible for promotion once they start taking on the additional duties of driver's license. So that's built into that budget, which will kind of lead me into then my motor vehicle discussion, unless you have any questions about this, my treasurer's budget. It's pretty straightforward from what I've done in the last several years. Okay, okay. So starting with the personnel budget that is in the treasurer's general fund budget. As you know, 2 years ago, we moved the entire budget for personnel from the treasurer's office into the general fund. This includes work that is currently being done by the treasurer staff that are currently doing motor vehicle functions. So my motor vehicle budget, we'll start with. So the motor vehicle budget is intended, the fees are intended to cover the costs of the motor vehicle operations. We know that is currently not happening. It hasn't happened for some time, and much to the exhaustive efforts of the Kansas County treasurers, I don't see an end in sight to that anytime in the near future. However, because we have taken on we do these commercial vehicles, we've seen an increase in our receipts for those commercial vehicle receipts. You can see that our actual for 2023 was 47,000. In 2024, we've already exceeded $50,000 in revenues for commercial vehicle receipts. So for 2025, I did increase that revenue line item. And the same for the sake of transparency, then I also increased the amount that I'm going to budget to transfer back to the general fund from $300,000 to $325,000. Just to give you some statistics, because it was asked for us to kind of go over some of the things that we do that aren't necessarily statutorily required. However, there are things that the treasurer's office over time has taken over, mainly to help the constituents here in Riley County. And now consequently, we are helping some constituents in some other counties. I'll start with driver's license services. We average about 300 customers a month for driver's license. And that generates about $17,500 in revenue for driver's license services. We have one station that is dedicated for this function, and we do use one of our employees daily to cover that service. The commercial and interstate truck registration, we are I believe I've told you, we're one of 9 counties that actually do the interstate registrations. Those are that go outside of the state of Kansas. Those services, of those 9 counties, we see a lot of customers coming here, not only for Riley County, but we see Pot County, Marshall County, Geary County, Saline County, some of the Topeka, Shawnee County, because we are one of the closest. And the other closest would be the Topeka office, which is the state brand office. And so, and I believe I have about 6 employees that do commercial and IRP registrations. I'm very proud of the staff. They're constantly commended for the work that they do. We we have a very, we had our quality assurance audit with the state, and we have the fewest, one of the fewest error percentages. And so that being said, if we stopped doing that, that would, that would reduce the revenues in the motor vehicle fund by that $50,000, which I'm not gonna argue it could be offset by then reduction of staff, but then, you would be affecting some of our Riley County customers that come to us for that service as well. Motor vehicle, the motor vehicle revenues remain relatively flat because they're based on the number of transactions that we do. In 2023, we had almost the same number of transactions as we had in 2022 as we've had in 2021. They just don't. The number of cars that we register just does not fluctuate that much. Of the personnel costs that are now being paid out of the general fund, I calculated that the deficit that is being covered in ad valorem taxes that cover the motor vehicle personnel without COLA is about $426,000. We have the Treasurers Association have tried multiple approaches with the legislature. We have tried to change our billing, our fee structure to make it a little more straightforward for the customers, a little more transparent for the customer, and it would allow us also to capture some fees on transactions that we're doing that we're currently not getting some fees for. We've been unsuccessful trying to get that passed. We just had a last ditch effort this last session to try to get some money allocated out of the Department of Revenue's budget, because we do operate as an agent of the Department of Revenue. We've given numbers to the legislature by county, what the losses look like. And it came up to the tune of about $7.5 million across the state. And that's what we were trying to get added into the budget. However, that was also unsuccessful. So, from a legislative standpoint, we're back to square one, trying to figure out what we need to do. But I also do think it's very important that not only our citizens know that this service is being covered with ad valorem tax dollars, but we also do our best to keep our costs down and to provide the best service that we possibly can. So with that, I also wanted to mention, so for 2023, I did transfer at the end of December the $300,000, and then statutorily, whatever budget or whatever money is still left in the motor vehicle fund is also required to be transferred to the general fund by the end of May. And I will be making that transfer this month, and that's an additional $37,218. So with my motor vehicle budget, even though we do budget to spend all of it, there has not been a year since I've been the treasurer that we've ever spent all of it. It's because I do try to be very cognizant of these dollars, knowing full well that a lot of that budget is being covered by the general fund, and I want to be able to turn back as much back over to the general fund as possible. So that is the motor vehicle budget. And then the last one I have is the tech fund budget, which that is meant to be used for any technology that might be needed in the office. And in the past, I've used it for our queuing system. We've used it to purchase some additional printers, Next year, we are going to try to replace all of the scanners that were originally provided when we first went to this new motor vehicle system. A lot of those scanners are what we received back in 2012, and they're in desperate need of being updated. So we are budgeting to replace that equipment. Everything else is just necessary items to run the motor vehicle department. Can I answer any questions, or is this, I was hope this was the information that you were wanting.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Commissioner Michael Rizkala at 2:00. Hey, Michael, how you doing? They'll get started at 2, so you know. Thank you. Good to see you. Ready, commissioners?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Good afternoon, and thank you for making the time to meet with me and our board members who are supporting Riley County on the board of the governing board at Pawnee Mental Health. I presented some numbers to you recently, a few weeks ago, but this time I would also like to tell you about the CCBHC certification, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about the budget as well. So I'm pleased to announce that Pawnee Mental Health certification status as a certified community behavioral health center from KDAD. Pawnee has been provisionally certified as a CCBHC since 2023. The provisional certification introduced new programs, an expanded model of care, and new and additional standards of quality of care. The full certification means that we are embracing the model, and it's a national model, and continue to aspire to provide care in this new expanded scope. This also means that we are at Pawnee Mental Health providing an integrated model of care that no one in the region is providing, increasing access to community-based behavioral health services, that we're improving the utilization of evidence-based practices on a more consistent basis. This is a testament to the commitment of our team and Pawnee's commitment to the community and our clients in our 10-county service area, including Riley County. Not only that we are the only CCBHC in our 10-county service area, but we're also the only fully certified community behavioral health clinic as well. So Pawnee, as you know, is the only mental health resource the only mental health safety net provider in Raleigh County. There are other providers, but they're only safety net providers. With a statutory authority to perform mental health reform screens for admission to the state psychiatric hospital, 24/7, 365 emergency health services, crisis stabilization unit, and community services for children with serious emotional disturbances, adults with severe and persistent mental illness, SPMI. Services regardless of ability to pay, services regardless of status of a particular client. If someone is a client or not a client, they are still receiving care. We're only, like I said, the only CCHC in the area. Governance, you will see in the letter that I have provided to you, it talks a little bit about our governance. Today we have Ms. Dan Brown and Mr. Stan Wilson representing our governing board in Riley County. I want to, yeah, I'm sorry.
And Donship.
Oh, I'm sorry, Donship.
We have it.
You have it. And basically, I want to get into the 2023 annual update. And for the second consecutive year since the pandemic, Pawnee has seen an overall increase in the number of people receiving services. The increased demand has come at a time that Kansas faces significant workforce challenges. Pawnee has augmented its boots on the ground staffing with telehealth providers. Pawnee provided mental health and substance abuse treatment services to 6,893 unduplicated individuals through the 10-county service area in 2023, fiscal year 2023, compared to 6,640 in fiscal year 2022. Pawnee also provided mental health and substance abuse treatment services to 2,701 unduplicated Riley County residents. This is an increase of 280 clients over fiscal year 2022. 364 of these clients were served through the Riley County co-responder model. And in fiscal year 2023, 1,158 Riley County residents were served by crisis services. 398 were served in the ER, 742 came directly to the crisis stabilization unit, and 18 were screened in the jail. 288 of these were admitted to the crisis stabilization unit. Now, Pawnee provided nearly $12 million in services throughout the 10-county service area in fiscal year 2023. The amount of uncompensated care was a little over $4.1 million for the whole budget. Pawnee has provided over $5 million in services to Riley County residents. Over $1.8 million was uncompensated due to reasons such as no insurance or underinsurance. In fiscal year 2023, audited financial statements show a loss of $861,783. This was the last full year prior to our CCBHC model and certification. Riley County calendar year 2024 budget for Pawnee mental health was $300,000. This has been unchanged since calendar year 2020, with a 4.9% and cumulatively in inflation and cumulatively of 21.2%. The $300,000 contribution since 2020 that held unchanged that was appropriated in 2020 funding has remained unchanged, is equivalent to $237,000 now. Riley County is ranked 91 out of 105 counties in the state in per capita funding and 52 in the state percentage of county budget, according to the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas. Riley County currently spends approximately $4.22 annually per capita, utilizing the 2022 Kansas Division of Budget report, which shows Riley County population of 71,108. The average per capita spending for the counties in Pawnee's service area is $8.41. If Riley County met the per capita average For the counties in Pawnee's service area, Riley County's mental health budget would be $598,184. Riley County currently spends approximately $111.07 annually per resident served. The average per resident served spending for the counties in Pawnee service area is $241.60. If Riley County met the per resident served average for the counties in Pawnee service area, Riley County's mental health budget would be $584,675. Now, the comprehensive breakdown of the sources of funding, you have that in that attached budget. And all funds requested are used to help us cover the cost of uncompensated care over 1.8 million to Riley County residents. Now, for the appropriation request, Pawnee Mental Health Services respectfully request that Riley County increases its budget for mental health by 100% or by 300,000, from 300,000 to annually to 600,000 annually. Riley County accounts for 39% of all clients served, but only 27% of all county funding. I would like to put a plug for federal funding per capita for mental health. It's very high, and I want to say the last statistic I looked at was over $114 per person, which is significantly higher than what Riley County contributes. Any questions I can't answer?
I don't have anything, sorry. Well, I thought part of this people wrote about CCVHC, I couldn't remember the letter. Part of that deal was that it was going to increase your fund, they were going to increase funding too, is that correct?
It did. And what we did with the funding is help to offset wages. Our team has grown and has grown significantly to provide care and more services to not only residents of Riley County, but also our 10 county service area. Another thing too, that money was utilized to create new programs which come with as part of the new CCBHC model. And that introduced new programs that we did not have the capacity to introduce that also benefit Riley County residents, including individualized placement support, also includes a program of assertive community treatment. It also includes a host of other services. So all of that comes with a cost. So CCBHC was a game changer clinically, but we're also requesting the assistance to help offset the uncompensated cost of care for about 1.8 million for Riley County. The other thing too, if you look at the annual report, it really articulates the success that Pawnee has been bringing to the forefront of providing high quality care. This is the mental health authority for the region, and no one provides these types of services. CSU is a great example among so many other great examples that Pawnee spearheads and provides to provide highly necessary and much needed service in our region.
Refresh my memory. Are you receiving any type of funds from the city of Manhattan?
I have to look.
Okay. Thinking. I know you weren't receiving anything from social service at one point in time, but with the new setup, I didn't know.
I have to look.
Okay. I'd be interested in that.
Now, are you asking us to increase our budget 100% that includes all of the Pawnee service area? What about the other areas that we serve, like the other towns?
So we present a budget request to the counties, but what I'm trying to put here before you is the cost of uncompensated care for the Riley County region alone. And these numbers are not for the whole population served through Pawnee. These are focused on Riley County.
Yes. 26, okay. It's a huge increase.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying.
The cost of providing care has increased significantly, not only for the whole nation, but also including us. And these are much needed services in our region, so.
Anything else?
Thank you, and we appreciate your attentiveness to the needs of Riley County and Pawnee mental health as well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Next question, Barry Wilkerson at 2:15. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Barry. How you doing?
Good.
This is only part of the budget. It's just
Oh,
some choice expenses. That's why it's confusing. When if they're only at 27% of the region, it just does numbers don't work for me. And I'm not a numbers person.
Well, with the
It just doesn't
expansion,
seem to work.
no, it's.
That don't always offset is the facility that we give them. You know, other commissioners have brought that up, you know, I mean, it's $1 lease for 99 years. They do their own insurance and stuff, but
Maintenance.
and actually we do insurance. We have them on insurance.
And we do the maintenance.
It's our building.
That's,
Yeah, that needs to be figured in there.
yeah.
It's huge.
Which, I mean, which you have to remember up until that time, we're giving them 300,000, we were doing all that too, and we have been static for a number of years. So that's a commission, other commissions used to point out, remember? The employment base we have for your organization, facilities. But they have many other facilities they use too, don't they?
Yeah.
We have some rentals.
I didn't think you would appreciate it.
Building over here, they got a CSU unit.
It's just like every
Place center, whatever.
You said they're looking to find another place here.
They are. I just haven't gotten there yet.
It's just like everywhere the costs are going up. Just at lunchtime, Brittany, you were over what AT&T's gonna cost or something on the fax lines that some of us departments have. It's gonna be a significant amount of money that we found out about this week. We can't
Well, Barry?
do away with it, you know, we have to pay it. They got us over there.
Nobody uses it.
Oh, yeah, we got many departments to do.
That's weird.
So that's, they had a lot of facts.
Yeah.
So I have users with them.
That's true.
Commissioner, I don't know that I have anything real exciting other than it's kind of the usual, as I can't predict what homicides and other things are going to occur in the next 12 months, which is, you know, projecting out my budget, I guess, to start 2025, but I don't, know what cases we'll be trying in the next 18 months, which is really where a lot of our unknown expenses come from. But we have tried to, I have gone through, went through each item line by line and tried to come up with actual numbers. Yeah, as best we could. estimates based on what we got from suppliers, the equipment, office supplies, subscriptions, things of that nature. The first one that I would maybe point out where there's an increase from last year is 2410. And that's the repair maintenance of office equipment. From the estimates that we have received from Century Business Systems, that is the expense. We do think that it will almost double this year based on the age of those machines and maintenance and service agreements. So as I was going through here, I thought, that's one area that you may have questions about because that's almost, it does double from last year. So the subscriptions, we try to detail those in the memo 2570. That's a substantial increase of almost $16,000 from last year. And those are just subscriptions that are necessary for us to continue to function in our office, to be able to make sure that we're up to date on law every Friday. I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but every Friday the Supreme Court releases opinions and decisions, and we have to track those not only at state level but then also federally. We do have to make sure that we're apprised of any changes in the law. I mean, there are things that can come up in the middle of trial that's something that was admissible or legal on Monday, all of a sudden on Wednesday, it's not admissible or legal, and we've had to stop trials and deal with issues in the middle of trials before. So it is important that we're aware of those changes and developments so that we don't have to do one over again. Witness fees, 2720. Actuals in 2023 were 27,000. We budgeted 40,000 this year. Tried to look at where we were so far this year and project out with the trials that we're going to have in 2025 that I know about. I think that 38,000 is as close as I can come to where we will, probably land somewhere in that neighborhood. And of course, one of the difficulties we have is with being a transient population. I've said it now for 20 years. With K-State and Fort Riley, we've had to, we have to bring witnesses in. And when we do that, then we have to pay for lodging, we have to pay for meals, we have to pay for those types of expenses. As opposed to somebody who is, local, then I'm paying $10 a day witness fees. So it is a dramatic increase. There's something that this community makes it more expensive when we have to bring witnesses in from out of town and pay for travel and lodging expenses. I think everything else, I don't have, I don't know if you want me to go through any other items. Are there any items that you wanted to talk about? But for the most part, I think we'll try to hold the line as best we could when we presented this, when we came up with this budget.
Do you have anybody on the brink of retirement?
We don't have any.
Other than yourself?
Yeah, I was gonna say besides the obvious, but no.
We don't have
We got
anyone that's notified us of it.
No,
Okay, I was just curious on that one. Okay.
no, we do not. So I'm aware of it. We'll continue to do what we can. Yeah, I mean, we look at, technology innovations. We have tried to throughout the years. I mean, we've We use a trial presentation method now that we think has saved us a lot of money in the last 16 years, as opposed to some of the things we used to do physically, printing off big old poster boards and everything else. We have a program now that we can do all that and use it over and over and over again. So, we continue to look for ways to be efficient, but there are limitations, as Rich and I have talked about. Sometimes technology also ends up costing you, so because you maintain the hardware or the software updates and the training. So
The subscriptions.
exactly, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't have anything else.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very happy to be here.
Next, commissioners, you have chamber at 2:30.
Yeah. Just like appropriations. That's for you.
This is looking.
No.
I mean, everybody needs money. It's just, how far do you think?
I remember evaluations didn't go up quite as much as they did each of the last 2 years. So I'm of the opinion that a mill levy isn't gonna stretch that much this year when we get to June, so. So yeah, what becomes the priority?
Just paper. Yeah. Very good.
You need to chat with him for 5 minutes post meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
I used to your rest.
Here.
That's fine.
Yeah, second that is.
Mine's election related.
But we'll make it
Just a couple of
all
years.
opportunities possible.
Maybe we'll get a yes to this question.
I'm very. And that's like.
That's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Fort Riley shutting down at 4.
Yeah, I heard that.
Mine goes to, I goes to plug in.
Yes.
I get on with them.
Yeah.
So this one down here, might as well get back up.
And how that goes.
Some people were having troubles with it this morning, so we'll see if it actually works.
The leg still makes.
That's going back a while.
We need to screen share.
No,
Or just do it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just pull it up on here.
Mhm.
Actually, just screen.
yeah. So did you get an email, it's been a couple weeks about all the employers and like number of employees of each.
Under.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Is this for?
It's for a report that we put together with Unicom, and so they put together just all the financials and everything. That's the size.
Something. Straight which different reasons like yes, we have that.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I need to stare at how it's
It's his fault.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did. You were walking through the.
Hey, Jason, how you doing? Good.
Just say Fort Riley's closing at 4.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I helped a bit. It's cool out. Nice. Nice. No, Commissioner, I'm so excited to see you. See you last one.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Darren Soul, Director of Economic Development in the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm joined by Jason Smith, President and CEO of the Chamber, and Christian Bishop, our Military Relations Manager today for our 2025 budget request. I told him last on the schedule, and Chairman Ford reminded me to do this quickly, so. He's been out in the community, reminding folks, so. Just a couple of points of context, just, number of projects announced in the last 3 years and total potential economic impact of those, some context to the progress being made with some of these programs that we're going to talk about. You're familiar with many of these. We've updated you previously on our monthly updates that we do, but a variety of different companies, from those moving to town, to those expanding, to those that are spinning out of K-State. Other projects in the county that are currently ongoing, some pretty significant catalyst projects at up off Kimball with the Foundation, Museum of Art and Light downtown, Midtown and Aggieville. And obviously we're looking at a pretty impactful time for our community for NBAP over the next couple of years as they bring on their science team. It's a project that has supported economic development and county efforts significantly over a number of years. From a talent standpoint, we continue to push forward with our Made for Manhattan program to help companies recruit and retain talent. Our business retention expansion program is as robust as I've ever seen it. George Cant does an incredible job on that. Allison Moot does our work on the talent side. They're both out and about in the community, working initiatives, working projects, getting in the weeds and working with people and businesses and helping solve their challenges.
These, as I noted on the initial slide, these projects not only have a return overall jobs investment wise, but a specific return back to the county in terms of annual property tax. And so those projects, including the Manhattan Business Park KSU Foundation projects, you can see generate over $265,000 annual property tax to the county. As we look at, I'm going to go through here, our economic development efforts break down into jobs. So attracting and retaining jobs, attracting and retaining talent, and then entrepreneurship and innovation. And so I'm going to work through each one of those and the corresponding numbers that support each of those programs. Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership, where we do our business recruitment efforts. $15,000 of our total $55,000 budget request is from Riley County. We also match Potawatomi County. The agreement here is 2/3, 1/3. So Manhattan Chamber provides 2/3 of the budget, so $100,000 for this upcoming year. Potawatomi County provides 1/3, so $50,000. And so those Manhattan Chamber dollars are split between private economic development fundraising sources and monies from Riley County. On the entrepreneurship and small business side of things, as far as job creation goes, you can see that we host a small business development center office here, significant impact, significant activity. We've also seen growth with Spark and Stephanie Pierce taking over leadership of that program. As I talked to you when I was in last month about the loan programs, those are up and going. We actually had our first round of reviews of those last week, so look forward to coming in with some numbers and some reporting on loan activity. And then these programs are not just eligible in the city limits of Manhattan, but across the county. So there's a number of Network Kansas programs, including eCommunity, Grow KS, and Empower, which is the minority-owned business program that's eligible across the county. So in entrepreneurship, we receive funding from a number of different sources to support Spark and to support entrepreneurial functions and the Small Business Development Center. That includes the city of Manhattan, an agreement with GMCF for some resources to support loan administration. We provide, as I mentioned, free rent at the chamber for the SBDC, as well as some additional Advantage Manhattan monies to support their mission and monies from Riley County in the amount of $5,000 as well. Note there at the bottom, Potawatomi County contributes separately to the SBDC per an agreement. So they're also contributing funds to ensure that office in SBDC remains here and remains staffed. Some other key initiatives, and you hear us talk about these a lot, but they're important to bring up. Housing, continue to see progress being made on a number of different fronts when it comes to housing and looking at utilizing different programs to generate additional housing stock. Childcare, working closely with the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation on the Flint Hills Accelerator project and be able to turn out new childcare businesses and increase capacity of childcare. And then business parks, so places to put job creating companies when they are looking at coming to town, or it's important to remember companies that are here that are looking to expand oftentimes need locations. And so if we are able to provide that locally, they may well look elsewhere. And so we continue to advance business park development, whether that's doing studies on available or potentially available property and things like that. So $5,000 of our budget request would go towards supporting that in Riley County. And obviously, if we can get that accomplished, the potential for generating significant amounts of future property taxes in the county is the ultimate payoff of those efforts. And then military relations, Christian does an incredible job in this space. As many of you know, the Call Valley Rodeo accounts for a significant amount of time, effort, and resources come the summertime. And so with some of these funds that are requested from the county, are able to provide $1,500 in tickets for military families to the rodeo, put on the pre-rodeo picnic, and provide really a great experience for those folks. And ensure that the rodeo and the county fair have a great night that evening. Additionally, there's significant amounts of programming. We appreciate all of you coming to these events on a regular basis. Christian does obviously the communication and community relations part of it, but then the monthly MRC luncheons, the work with AUSA, both regular meetings here as well as the big annual conference.
DSIP related projects like the funding that went into the rebuild of the Manhattan Airport runway. Does a lot of work with talent retention, workforce development, working alongside Allison in our office. I can't give them enough kudos for the activity that they're doing on post and with veteran fairs and career fairs, not just here, but out of Kansas City and elsewhere to try to ensure that we've got opportunities and veterans are aware of those opportunities. And then the parade, where sometimes it's cold and snowing and sometimes we catch a nice fall day, but incredibly important part of our community's activities and something that brings a lot of pride on Veterans Day. So you all have seen the booklet, but just a reminder for the economic impacts and payoff for some of these efforts. Ultimately, not just the largest employer in our region, but the largest single economic driver in our region. As far as the regional economic impact, that's that 1.98 billion number is before the economic multipliers, 1.5 or the 2.5 times economic multiplier that the Congressional Budget Office can apply to that. So that's direct impact, as you can see, just in Riley County, over $80 million per year in veteran expenditures. So the military relations budget is made up of funds from both the city and the county. We're requesting $30,000 of our $55,000 request is for military relations. And then additional private sources. So that's Advantage Manhattan, private economic development dollars, as well as additional fundraising for a total of a $200,000 budget. So I've highlighted the Spark entrepreneurship piece. You saw that. In addition to that, there's also Made for Manhattan receives about $100,000 from private economic development efforts to help build those resources and support that program, and our business retention expansion program, $125,000 of private money. So I can confidently say that the budget request that we come to you with for $55,000 from the county is supported and multiplied many times over by both the partnerships that we take part in, like Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership with Potawatomi County Economic Development, by the funds that we go request from the city through our contract there, but especially from our private sector. This community and this region invests in economic development, and we're fortunate to have companies and individuals that pledge those funds. So you can see our overall economic development budget here, and then a breakdown of our budget request, which is for $55,000 from Riley County. That $55,000 is the same amount as 2024. The mix is slightly different. We've actually increased the military relations piece by $10,000 while reducing the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership piece by $10,000. That matches with the budgeting internally. As far as running that military relations program, and then our split with Potawatomi County changes a little bit there. So that is different if you're referencing back to this similar slide from last year. But that's the breakdown of our $55,000 budget request. And myself, Jason, and Christian would be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Pretty standard.
The business park development, you're talking about the one out developing that more or going another?
That's a good question. I should have clarified that a little bit. So there are a couple of things going on there. One is the promotion of the existing park. There are still some available parcels out there, but really what I'm focused on here is developing additional ground for business park use. And so that would, to get to a point of acquiring real estate and putting in infrastructure and coming to all of you and to be able to talk about a project in some tangible terms. There's a lot of research and engineering and phase one type of work that goes on. So there's some costs and engineering work that goes into doing that to that property to make sure that if we're able to come to the table with something that could be beneficial to the county.
Yeah, so you're looking at places in the county.
In the county, correct.
Rather than in Potawatomi County. Okay.
Correct. Yep. Our top priority right now for that we're working on is in Riley.
Okay.
No other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your continued support of our economic development efforts, and please don't hesitate to reach out at any time.
I've got a link I got to get sent to you. There's a Skill Bridge Zoom call. I think it's their National Association on Thursday. I'll be here, but if you want to listen in on it, I'll get the link. I'll text you or get the link over to you somehow.
And I found our two VSOs.
Yes.
So I'm supposed to have a meeting with them at the end of the month, so cool, I'll figure out kind of what their mission is, and then I'll loop you in on how we
Sounds
can
good.
enhance it.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's it. So I don't have anything else. This is enough. Yeah, it's gonna be enough the next couple of weeks.
Deep breaths.
Yeah.
It's just a warm up. Next 2 weeks.
Mhm.
We've got another 3 of these, I think.
Mhm.
3, yeah. Feel free to use the time in the meetings too.
We're trying.
Okay.
I'll move to adjourn the meeting, May 6th meeting from the Board of County Commissioners.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the May 6th meeting of the Riley County Commission. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Everyone have a good week. Watch out for the storm tonight.